Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, January the 2nd, the first day of 2022. Hope everybody had a great new year, holiday season, etc. First of all, can you hear me and can you see my screen? Need a couple of yeses that'll let me know. Yes and yes, thank you very much. So, yeah, Dwayne, sorry. I know you went short IMMX. I think you were short around the 506 or 510 mark. I had an alert set right there. You see the high of those two 15-minute candles. I wanted to get interest, or I did get interested in it right there. Didn't want to say anything, but anyway, I'm in this one, 548. Took some out at 585. Now just waiting to see if it can take out 6. And that is IMMX. Had some obviously good news for them. FDA approval, rare pediatric disease. So see if it take out 6. And this is right there is the all-time high. As Casa pointed out, this was one of those very inexpensive IPOs with very few shares issued. Good morning, Atal Trader. So the EVs could be hot today, guys. Tesla, look at Tesla, man! What a pop it had. Released some more information about how many sales they've had and all that. Up $74, 7%. I mean, $75. That's impressive, of course, but when you're 1,131, but that's 7%. And so I think this is putting a real charge into the EVs today. NIO said they had a 50% increase from last December to this December. So EV should be in play today. One that is not in play, and well, it's in play on the downside. No shorts for me. This was the big mover on Friday. NTRB is starting to really give it up here. No shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts for Naked either. NAKD. We had tons of shorts last week, but for some, well, obviously them all was snapped up. NAKD, I wanted to really take this one right about here. It's still up, but it looks like it's fading badly. I don't see any specific news for it. AFI, they must have released this Friday after what are we on, a Monday? I guess Friday afternoon. They say they're putting themselves up for sale. Trading higher after the company said it is exploring a sale of the business. This is probably the most promotional press release today. BLCT. They say that they've received a $3.70 per share offer. That's what they say. Wow, look at IMX. I'm sure you're out of it now, Dwayne, right? So yeah, anyway, so a $3.70 share offer. Now, look, hard to believe, he's sitting at 186. Anyway, that's what they say. SYTA. This is a big one on Friday also. SYTA. And now it is really giving it up. Okay, so forget about SYTA. Look pretty good up here at 450. Wave, W-A-V-E, W-A-V-E. Another one, it's just kind of giving it up also. I mean, it's still up 10% here, but at one point this was up to 650. No news that I can no news that I can see. I was looking to short this one, APLT. I was looking to short this one in the pre-market. Still might. It's down 26%, so I'll have to make up my mind if I want to take it before the market opens so that I don't get nailed by that uptick rule. Um, they have delayed a new drug application to the FDA. CNHI. I'm not sure I see any specific news for it. CNHI. But it is closing in on the 200-day moving average. Big gap down. I'm not sure I see any news on it, though. I mean, I see that it's the merge segment. Iveco lists on the Euronext Milan. Okay, so this is a demerger. Okay, so this is a demerger. So I guess that's the reason why it's down like this. And I'd be keeping an eye on BBIO. See if it keeps moving here. Again, big recovery the last 5 days. And the one I didn't mention was CELZ. CELZ, and I'm trying to see what the news is. I don't see any specific reason. It's a low float, 2 million in the float. I mean, it's trading crazily, 12 million. It's got a ton of room. I mean, there's the high right there, 320. So it's above that high right now. I mean, at one point it was up to 436. I mean, this has got a lot of promise. I mean, it's fading now somewhat, but it's still above that high right there, and it's got a ton of room. As I say, when you look left, the next high is $7. Whoa, IMMX. Oh man, Happy New Year. Sorry, Dwayne, but I know you're out of it because you had to stop. All right, now BLCT is starting to move in reaction to their news that they say that they have got somebody wants to give them $3.70 a share. All right, the trade of the week is ZZ, Zillow Group. The trade of the week is Zillow Group, considered live at around 64.30. How you trade it, of course, will be up. You can sort of see what the idea behind it is. Maybe starting to crawl back. Pretty wide stop, so you have to share size accordingly if you're going to take this. The stop is about almost $7. So if you took this one and you were going to share size according to this stop, your expectation has to be that you could make 14 at least. So your expectation has to be that it could get up to 78. Well, it's a big fade now for NTRB. Just no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. How's NIO doing? Is NIO still holding its gains pre-market? Yeah. I'm going to disregard these bottoming tails, but yeah, NIO holding its gains so far. All right, it is now 9:10. Let me go check my email, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts, see if they're at all active this morning. Okay, haven't got it yet. Here we go. All right. All right. Well, they've made up for the last 4 or 5 days. Of course, there was about one each day, making up for it today. Let's take a look at some of the upgrades. A few more upgrades to go. All right, just trying to see if any pattern. I don't see any upgrades, multiple upgrades for the same stock by different brokers. I see nothing from Goldman. There are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at the downgrades now. There's a ton of downgrades. But if you have shorts or NTRB, this is really sinking. No surprise seeing some of the airlines being downgraded. All right, KC downgraded by Goldman. Take a look at that when I finish this. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at KC, see what it's doing. Yeah, so far nothing, very little volume, but Goldman has downgraded them for whatever reason. See FRO here also. FRO is kind of a shipper. They are up, coming into that 200-day moving average, getting closer. They're starting to fade a little bit here. Don't see any specific news for it. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's any decent activity. I don't see any right now. I'm still in the IMMX. Traded, I don't have very much left. This has, of course, has no resistance. It's basically an all-time, well, this is the all-time high up here, 631. So it has really no resistance if it wants to keep moving. Don't have to worry about chart resistance anyway. And it's all about the float. Let's take a look at the sectors to start off the year. I'm going to go to the dot channel bar, going to go to the sector status, and let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing pre-market. See if we get any sort of a clue. SPY is up right now. So as would be expected, virtually all the sectors are positive, but some of them are not as positive. So first of all, let's take a look at energy, always interesting. Usually it's hit or miss. It's either 0% or 100%. So what you're seeing here, this is XLE, major ETF for the energy sector. These are the stocks that make up that sector. That 95%, 94.44%. What that means is that from Friday's close, 94% of them are above Friday's close. Not necessarily by a huge amount, but that's what that means. So right now, if you're looking, for an energy play, at least the trend is in your direction. Technology, 80%. Communications, 72%. So financials, 81%. Healthcare, about 50-50. Of course, this can all change. An hour into the market, we come back and look at this. It could all be very different. All right, that's as we speak. So again, we'll look at that probably an hour after the market opens and see how much it's changed. Okay, AUVI, yeah, it's popping a bit. It's another low float, 4.8 million in the float. The high on Friday was 280, so it's above that high. Don't see any specific news on it. It's call it a virus play. Okay, IMMX is still kind of holding. I don't have that much left, but let's see if it takes out the high. The pre-market high right there is 691. All right, GNPX, guys, has got a lot of volume. Another low float, fairly low float. I'm sorry, that does not have a very low float. 45 million, looking at something else. GNPX trading higher after the company announces that it has received FDA Fast Track designation. Okay, so they did receive FDA Fast Track designation for their drug. No. There are two of us at Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, he lives on the East Coast. I'm on the West Coast. The two Canadians who do work at Trade Ideas, but no, it's a U.S. company. Well, I guess we have to kind of watch that BLCT. I mean, I'm just curious about their press release. Or maybe skeptical is a better word. BLCT. See, they've got an offer to take this company out for $3.40 a share. I know some of you follow these really cheap ones. I did see this PTE kind of popping a little bit this morning, under $1. NIO, guys, NIO is holding. NIO is holding. Not only holding, but it just made a pre-market high. Probably got quite a bit of resistance around that between about the 35.5 mark. Just seeing if anything is sneaking in here. So again, this AUVI, I don't see any news on it. Okay, so they announced the closing of an $8 million underwriting. That was on the 31st. So they didn't really raise that very much money. And it was at $3 a share, so it's holding the $3 share at least. ITOS, an all-time high. ITOS, guys, this is also moving higher here. Announced, let's see, the company's going to join the S&P Small Cap 600. So that's the news for ITOS. It was trending, it was flatlining actually for quite a while. Not quite a while, but 5 days or so, but it was certainly trending higher. And now they've announced that they're going to be in the S&P Small Cap 600. So a little bit of a pop for it. And that is for ITOS. First day in a while, guys, we haven't seen ISIG popping into pre-market. This has got a lot of promise. This CELZ has got a lot of promise. I mean, there's the high right there, 320. The next high looking left, it's way up here at 715. Now it's faded, it's faded quite a bit. 436, it's given up a lot. But, yeah, it's trading higher. Yeah, I don't see any news. In fact, Benzinga is putting out their not seeing any company-specific news to justify the price action. So there doesn't appear to be any news. Maybe, I don't know, some Reddit or WSB or something like that has got a hold of them for whatever reason. Only 2 million in the float. Could be the stock du jour for them. I don't know. I have no specific reason to know that, but it seems likely just because of the float and with absolutely no news. Wow, boy, the IMMX. So I don't have that much left. Enough though that if it keeps tearing like this is a great way to start the new year. There you go. Let's see if I can induce it to get to 7. Last time I looked, it was just starting to fade a bit. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it was fading down to the 17 level. Well, I think the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days have been the days for BBIO. Again, $24 price targets put on by Goldman, Leerink, and Wainwright. And that was last week after getting hammered down. Appears to be the day for not cryptos, but well, crypto. I guess I saw Mara this morning. What is BITO doing? But certainly the EVs seem to be definitely in play today. Probably tugged along by Tesla, TSLA. So another EV here, GOEV. Oh, well, a little bit of volume. 200 days is pretty close. I mean, remember, most of these EV plays were beaten up after this this topping way back here. It seems right at the end of November, and then most of them seem to just slide away. Was looking at Lucid also this morning, LCID. Nothing really shaking. I mean, for this to get going, it's going to have to take out that 42 level, I think. Take out that high at some point and then really start to move from there. Uranium guys, I'm just noticing a couple of uranium plays, UEC and Triple U. So there's uranium. I think I saw Triple U before. I'm sorry, this is not uranium. I always get that mixed up. It's quadruple U. Yeah, so these uranium seems to be in play today. Wow, $7. The power of the low float. I bet you that's William telling me there's a minute left. Yeah. All right, everybody. Yeah, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great start to this trading, I was going to say trading week, this trading year. I'm going to just get rid of a couple of things on my other monitor. Get set for this open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, other than some pre-market trading, of course, which I did with the IMMX. Trying to let things settle down just a little bit. And we are going to kick off the new year in 1, 2, now. Here we go. Wow. There's IMMX, guys, right here in the daily breakout. Of course, it's an all-time high. And our first halt of the year, IMMX, the first halt of the year. Please tell me, Dwayne, you are out of this one. You've got to be out of this one. Not Dwayne. Yeah, Dwayne. We've got AUVI coming off that $3 financing, doing pretty well. Well, let's see. Let's see where this could open. This IMMX. So far, no clue. There's the there's the time and sales from Interactive Brokers. No clue so far. There's the halt price 770. Sometimes you'll see, but this says 770, 770, 771. Really no clue where this is going to open. Well, BBIO did not. It's a tough trader right now. You know, it looked like it was going to really start to move here, 1750, and it pulls right back to 1665. Look at AUVI, guys. AUVI coming off that $3 financing, and very low float, 4.8 million in the float. Oops, sorry about that. I made a mistake. Yeah, APLT is a gap down. Of course it is. You just have to look at the. Yeah, I put it was a gap up. Obviously, it's a gap down. There's our friendly bot in YouTube. Pear is on the move here. Pear Therapeutics, Pear. Now this has got some promise. What's the next high looking left? 752 is there. 795 after that. 873. So let's see if this, wow, I mean, we're at 8 right now. Do I see any news? Pear wins big buy rating from BTIG. So it's, in fact, it just got halted. Pear just got halted. BTIG research initiated coverage with a target, why not, $12. Right, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, then this will be opening, IMMX will be opening in a little over a minute from now, 9:35 plus 25 seconds. All right, APLT, definitely interesting, guys. Now, it tried to pop a little bit here. It's starting to give it up. Just give me a moment. All right, so this looks like it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt, obviously, for IMMX. IMMX, it's going to be more than a 5-minute halt. TBPH, what are you doing? And why? Don't see any news. TBPH, not a low float, 52 million in the float. Big pop here. Look at this break on the daily chart. Next high looking left on the monthly is 1491. On the weekly, probably the same, or maybe not quite, 1428. So this has some room. I don't know, I can't see any news why it's doing what it's doing, but this could, let's see how this trades. 52 million in the float. Is that the Cayman Islands? Okay. Tax haven. APLT, guys, is inching its way downwards. Boy, anybody who had, wow, APLT guys on the way down. NTRB, anybody who had shorts for this one, look at this. NTRB, I really wanted this. There's just no shorts available. Interactive Brokers. NTRB, look at this collapse. All right, here's the CELZ guys. CELZ. Boy, I mean, if this can just base a little bit here. I mean, the pre-market high was 430. Lots of volume coming in. Very low float. Look how much has traded already. 18 million. 2 million in the float. Oh, AMD, sometimes it helps me. Sometimes I can't get a short and the stock pops on me. So I don't worry about it. Pair, guys. So pair just opened. Pair just opened. PEAR. Wow, and did it ever open? Look at this. And again, all it is, it's just an upgrade from BTIG. Let's see if there's any clue yet. Still no clue with the IMMX. I mean, it still says 770, 771, so there's really no clue where this is going to open. By that I mean, sometimes when you see a stock halted, usually the first halt is pretty good. So you'll see a price above the halt price, sometimes significantly above, but this is really not telling us anything yet. All right, there's the Jewel, JWEL. You guys were just talking about it. Another one, another 10-day daily breakout. Of course, 10-day daily breakout, it's an all-time high. And it opened, yes. So a nice open. There was no clue this was going to happen. A nice open though, great open. Got halted at 770 at 8:30 now. Power of that insanely low float right there. All right, guys, I have really hardly any left now. I had to turf it on that that little pop up over 8. I mean, it may keep going, but it's going to go without me now. I'll put an alert up here. Why not? Later on in the day, I mean, this could still rocket. APLT guys. Is this an all-time? Yeah, an all-time low for APLT. All right, quick look at the market. So the Dow is up, SPY's up, NAS is up, so everything's up. All right. No disconnect. Boy, BBIO really gave it up. Is there any news on that one? Just oh, this CELZ, guys, I mean, this is really interesting. I mean, there's the high looking left. I did hit 436 in the pre-market. Again, no specific news that I could find. And now we've got the IMMX halted on the way down. Glad I got rid of virtually everything. What are you doing? NES, another 10-day daily breakout. 10-day breakout? Okay, any news that I can see? I don't see any specific news. Really no action in the pre-market. All of a sudden the market opened, lots of volume coming in. NES. Take a look at the weekly chart. The next highs, so it's above those highs over here. I have to back out this monthly chart to see what we're dealing with here. The high right there is 299. So the high back in early, looks like December of 2020 is 598. So I mean, there is some room for this. CELZ guys on the move. And NES just got halted. Well, we've got a lot of halts to start the year. CELZ, guys. This is again the one that I mean, just look left. I mean, look where it. I mean, you've got a pre-market high to contend with, of course, but then looking left over here, just in the daily chart, $7. That's what you'd love to see. Just a big potential gap fill. So what you're seeing here in this Brokerage Plus window, I kept this, this was just showing you how you can practice swing trading. So with the DNA, we entered at $10, I think it was 3 days ago. I just kept this in here. Wow, pair. Did not get pair. And it's not a low float, 50 million in the float. I mean, it's just an upgrade really from BTIG that I can see. I can't see any other reason. Well, I'm just showing you up here why you see DNA, DNAY, DNAY. Up here, this was this is in the simulator. I was explaining how you can take a swing trade, or how you can practice swing trading using our simulator. So I've kept this. I think this was about 3 days ago. So I'm not talking about taking a DNA swing now. I just wanted to point out that why you're seeing this is because I was practicing this, or showing you how you can use the simulator to practice swing trading. Okay, so I kept this in from last week. GNPX has showed up. Okay, GNPX has showed up on the option scanner. And I don't love it. I mean, it's got some, I think it doesn't have enough room. $2 could block it. So neither is IMMX dead. I'm not in it anymore, but it doesn't look like it's dead. I mean, that big bottoming tail, the selling right back down to 650, but the buyers have taken it back up. How about NES? NES, again, no clue. I don't see, I see 380, 384, so there's no real clue where this is going to open. Boy, I mean, look at that monthly chart, though. $6. Yeah, big red candle for the SPY. Yeah, no kidding. Look at that. Big red candle. First one was, of course, green. Last time we looked, the Dow was up, NAS was up, SPY was up. But all of a sudden, yeah, a big turn here. So if you're long, something that really kind of tracks the market, follows the market, obviously be careful. These little guys, they don't really care too much. NES just opened. Let me just bring up the SPY in a shorter time frame here. Yeah, there's the 5-minute chart, so that was a big drop here. Yeah, BBIO just got really turfed here. Meanwhile, TBPH though, coming right into that 200-day moving average. Look at that, 1320 coming right into it. This one is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. I mean, how well is it going to pop through or just stall right there? The next high looking left on the monthly chart for TBPH is 1491. However, something got the SPY all scared. Wow, pair. Well, there's a quick pop up and then right back to a little bit of a sell off for pair, but man, oh man, just with that buy rating, $12 from PTIG, not a buy rating, but a price target, BTIG. Forget about FTK. So I do see this one's coming from Zach's bounce play, but with the market doing what it's doing, you know, to play a bounce play right now, unless it's, I don't know, I mean, I'd be a little reluctant. I don't think you'd get a big bounce. All right, guys. Well, I'm just kind of watching the IMMX, kind of basing here. What's the market doing? So the big bottoming tail, 15-minute candle, of course. So this has another 5 minutes or so to close, about 5 minutes to close. Let's see if the seller or buyers can kind of move it a little higher, or will the sellers take control again and close it red? Wow, NES. Yeah, I missed this one too. I don't see any specific news on it. Low float, 15 million in the float. I don't see any news on it whatsoever. Boy, AEHR, a couple of big down candles here on the 15-minute chart. big red candles. Maybe coming into some support around maybe the 22 level, maybe. All right, guys. Well, there's that 200. Look. I mean, look what it did. 13.13. There's the 200-day. 13.20. It basically stalled right there. I'm really interested in this as a short, guys. TBPH. Want to see again what it does. It's trying to get over 13 again. But this 200-day moving average blocking it so far. This gets sort of into the mid 80s, like the 1285. I'll probably take this short TBPH. Boy, IMMX not over yet. Now, if this does crack, I mean, the low of that 2-minute candle is 1230, so this could have it's definitely got some room if it wants to really crack. I'm talking about the TBPH. This PRB from Shady. Let's take a look at that one. So we're playing a bounce. I'm just kind of concentrating on the TBPH, guys. I want to see if it's just a little over 13 now. Obviously, if it takes out that 200-day, all bets are off, but just want to see what it does here. All right, big area right now for TBPH. Oops. 1320, there's the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I've taken some of this. I just want to see. I mean, this is the TBPH, average about 12.95 right now on a short, and gets over 13. I'm out of it, but we'll see what happens here. I'll know very soon if this is going to work. Come on, do something. Either take me out at 13 or drop like that. Right. Okay, guys. I've taken some out, taken some of this off. This TBPH. One more collapse here. One more collapse. Looking left here. I mean, if, hey, get down to 1230. I doubt it's going to get that low, but hey, there's the next low looking left on a 2-minute chart. Ah, man, IMMX not over. I'm not back in it, but not over yet. Yeah, that might stall it also, the VWAP, yep. All right, so for whatever reason, Norwegian NCLH is moving higher. Let's take a look at CCL. Are they all doing it? And they are all doing it. So the cruisers are alive. However, I mean, do we trust this move? All right, come on, take out that VWAP in a big way. All right, guys, we have a winner if you took it. TBPH. A big winner. All right, guys, I've covered some more of the TBPH. I got more than I actually thought I'd get out of this one. Thank you, John. Well, I mean, next, I mean, maybe 12. I don't have very much left. I'm That 1230 is what I thought might stall it, 1230, but so far it's just a little bit underneath it. So just be, now it's starting to pop, so just, be careful if you're in this one, especially on that 13 break. Yeah, well, it was struggling to get really breakthrough 13. That was, but there's that 200 day, guys. I mean, it's so, look at it. I mean, you can just about see it hit right into it on the daily chart. I'm not as I mentioned all the time, I'm not a big indicator guy, but I mean, that's the one indicator that virtually everybody follows, the 200 day moving average. So I know the GNPX showed up on my option scanner. Again, I don't trade the options. This is just looking for stocks with abnormal option activity. So you can see right there, I mean, it's traded 4,000 contracts and that represents 16 times normal, all right? That's why this is that's why it's showing up. But, I just look at this 2 level and I just think it's too close. So consequently, I just am not going to take the trade. I may regret it later, but right now it's just not that appealing to me. Wow, TBPH, if this takes out 12, look out below. Don't have that much left, but again, always, enough that taking out 12, that'd be great. Didn't see any news on it. I don't think there's any news on it. And it's not a low float. I mean, 52 million. It's not a crazy, crazy low float. Well, the APLT, I was all set to short this one under 6 if I could get it, but this has actually had a nice little pop. And when I say if I could get it, there are lots of shorts available, but with that uptick rule, but not even close. It really it bounced off 6 pretty well. Nicely done, Shady. I noticed you before you put a 417 trigger or something like that for the SPRB. Oh, what time did it hit though? I have a 20-minute delay, so it probably hit earlier than that, obviously. 9:42, yeah. So I've got a 20-minute delay on it. That's why it did not show up for me. Well, this NCLH, guys, I mean, I don't know. I mean, what's the next high looking left? 2241. I just can't see these cruisers continuing to move. But that was a heck of a bounce for APLT from the scan then. All right, guys. Well, I've taken a short on this NCLH. I want to see. I mean, you know, 2188, 2190 or so gets me out. I just don't. I just can't remember the last time we saw a sustained move from any of the cruisers. So. You know, 2175. So basically, it's right where I shorted it. And we'll just see. Yeah, I might be getting out of it. All right, guys, I took myself out of it for a small loss on the NCLH. I'm going to watch it again, though. I want to see if it, well, I want to see if it does not get through 22. I may reshort it. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. KD. This is looks like it's an IPO 2 months ago. KD. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Well, let's take a look at jets. I mean, take a look at the ETF for the airline industry. Jets. You're right. I mean, this is very strong. Okay, guys, I'm out of everything. I've covered all the TBPH. Of course, I got out of the NCLH with a little loss. So I'm out of everything right now. Is that what it is? Some kind of a spin-off? Meanwhile, I mean, GNPX is, I mean, it's moving pretty nicely. 173. I just didn't like it because of the 2, but I may be completely wrong. Yeah, even Saber's moving up. SABR, part of the airline industry. SABR. Ooh, man, that got halted on the way up. JWEL, yeah. So we had this one here, 2308, 25 now. All right, don't look now, but ISIG, ISIG looks like it wants to pop somewhat, okay? Be very careful. Again, it's crazy low float. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, back. Now, ooh, NCLH now. Shall I do it again? Trouble loading your strategies, Diana. Okay, so I don't use the web-based version, but I don't know, when you're saying you're having trouble, um, in what respect? Well, like, why are you, what is the trouble exactly? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. So have you created your own strategies, Diana, or are you talking about something else? Let me just load the, again, I don't use the web-based version, but let me just check to see what's going on. Okay, so okay, I don't know what you mean exactly. So here's, here, are you using our channel bar at all? Are you talking about your own strategies, tools, load from cloud? If you've saved it into the cloud, you just load it from the cloud. Really hard for me to try to figure out what's going on. All right, but you can't really save a channel to the cloud, okay? Okay, have you taken a look at the 20 lessons first, though, Diana? I mean, if you're brand new, have you taken a look at least at the 20 lessons so you understand what a topless is, alert windows, saving things to the cloud? All right, I would start. I would start there. Okay, so let me just give you a link to my homepage. Oh, you have. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I better send you to our homepage because I don't use the web-based version at all. I'm not sure what the issue is exactly. I mean, if I can load a strategy, load from the cloud. I can pick whatever as long as I've saved it. But saving a channel is different. The channels are what people do is they go through each. Just a minute here. They go through each. Channel and maybe start extracting scans that they like and create a layout of the scans that they like. Why are you trying to save the channel? This might be semantics though. But I'll tell you what, I don't really know what's going on. So what can happen is if I send you to our homepage, okay, and somebody may even just do a, okay, so it won't let you, okay, so let's just say for instance here, I want this short squeeze. So if I right click, let's see now, configure and pop out. And save or share to cloud. Okay? So maybe that's the step. So if I wanted to save this short squeeze, okay, so I'm going through the different channels, I see something I might like, I guess you have to right click and then pop it out, okay, and now you've got it floating, and then you right click and save or share to cloud. And then you just save and now it's in the cloud. So it does allow you to extract scans, okay, just like what I did. Yeah, because with the downloadable app, that is nothing. You don't have to do it that way. Okay. So hopefully that's all, and then you've got it in the cloud, and then you can start bringing them back one by one, and creating a layout. Well, guys, guess who was wrong about GNPX? GNPX, that would have been a great. That would have been really nice from the option scanner. 173, 206 now. On a percentage basis. Okay, okay, great. So just the pop out and then save it to the cloud. And it is now 10:26. Okay, guys. Well, you know what that means. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen, live on the mic. And we still have a promo on, okay? This is probably the last day for it. So if you do want to get 25% off, wrong one, just a minute. All right, so I put my homepage link in here. So if you click on the homepage link, is what you're going to see. Okay, so here is the promo code, New Year 25. So it is still valid, 25% off, first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. Premium annual, $22.68 a year, minus the 25%. I think it works out to about $460 a day. Standard, $10.68 a year, minus the 25%. I think that works a little over $2 a day. The big difference is the AI. Again, really nothing shaking with the AI again today. But you don't have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, my recommendation is do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the program. Start off with a monthly, $118, $228. You can apply the 25% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide, yeah, I'd really like to get an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo, okay? From my homepage, 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon. And then we have a big education section right here. Okay, if you're the user guide, very comprehensive user guide, but I would always start off with the introductory. Okay, shows you how you can, explains what a top list is, how to create top lists, what an alert window is, creating them, etc. Okay, so I would absolutely start off with the 20 introductory lessons. Daily support, so there is a YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. When I take my break at noon, one of the other traders takes over in YouTube. Today is Monday, so it should be Sean. I'll confirm that. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the link in for YouTube if you want to head over there. And daily webinars. I think we're back to a normal schedule now, so you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little introduction to trading. Okay. And so new or just looking for a refresher. All free. Michael Noss, the Trade Ideas, put it together. Highly recommend that. And then all my scans. Obviously, you do have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have my scans. Here are the scans that I am sharing. I pay probably these ones right at the top here. Probably pay most attention to them. These are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and actives down. 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get set for the day. So all the scans though are right here. Okay, so you're new to Trade Ideas, so you're looking on the chart, you want to have VWAP. I don't use the VWAP on the charts, but I guess you can add it. For right click and go to indicators, and I think hopefully one of them is VWAP. There you go. Okay. So this is somebody in our YouTube room asking me how you can add VWAP. Well, bands, I don't know about bands. I mean, this is all we've got. So I don't know if you can actually add bands. Probably not. It's just the VWAP itself. Okay. So the TI strength. This is so from the channel bar, the TI strength. That's the if you have a Trade Idea subscription, you get it automatically. It's just five ideas for the week, or for longer if you want it. Right here, strength alerts. Okay, so here they are this week. So if you don't have trade ideas at all, this is a $17 a month feature. Okay, if you have trade ideas though, this is part of your service. You just have to click on the strength alerts. You know, how you trade them is up to you. Okay, it's just like it's listed right here. Levels of interest, $317, 300 for LH. You know, PCG, 1220, 1150. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. And there you get 5 of them a week. No. Trade it is stocks only. No Forex, no futures, no crypto. Well, it's laid out here in the email. Okay, so if you subscribe to the service, which you don't have to if you have our service, okay? If you have our our standard or premium subscription, you don't have to subscribe to this. This is just part of your service. Just click, and this is here. It's laid out. So I don't know what you mean. They don't have exits like the other ones. Here's a stop, an entry. How you trade it will be up to you. Well, there's no target. I mean, you've got to. Let's put it this way. If you got into this one at 23 and your stop was 20, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making, getting that up to $29. If you look at this and you thought, well, I can't see that, because you've got a $3 stop, you want to be able to make at least 1 for 2. In other words, $6 risk reward. Okay, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, these are ideas. Not every one of them may appeal to you. Oh, there's no percent. There's no percent. They're all going to be. Oh, man, well, I was terribly wrong on this one, guys. 173 to 212 now. This is what I'm talking about right here. I just thought that would really block it, but you can short it if you want. I'm not, Shulin, if you're asking me, should you short it? I'm not a financial advisor, okay? So if you're asking me advice, should you short it? I can't give you advice like that. Yeah, Jewel has been all over the place. JWEL. Okay, so this BLCT, if you don't know the news, I mean, they came out, they said, hey, we've got an offer to buy us for $3.70 a share, if you believe it. But that is the reason for BLCT being up. The receipt of a preliminary non-binding proposal to acquire the company, and at $3.70. So if I'm a shareholder, I'm going, you take that right now. If it truly exists. Well, I'm glad I didn't get stubborn with the NCLH, guys. I mean, no, my bias was certainly short, and I did short it. Took a small loss, and a small loss, that's what it's all about, managing your risk. Even though my bias with these cruisers has always been to short these pops, I just don't believe that they can sustain themselves. But you know what? In this particular case, as we speak anyway, they're pretty strong. You just have to have the count column, Ali, okay? You just add it. Right click, configure, search, count. COUNT, okay? And there it is. So you can add it as a column, and then you can see how many new highs or new lows something is made, if that's your trigger. Is that what you mean? So you just add it as a column. Oh no, it'll repeat. But so what, you don't want it to repeat? Oh, okay. Well, then this is the don't repeat then. Right click, configure, right click, properties, and then where it says don't repeat, just click on that, and then you have your time frame for the day, or 1/5/15, whatever you want, okay? So in these ones, if I didn't read it, but usually BB means Bollinger Bands, usually. Real, good morning, Mr. Option Player now. Okay, and again, for those of you who are new, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market, so we don't do Forex, futures, crypto, stocks only, okay? The U.S. stock market. And it doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, before, I mentioned that I'm sharing a lot of my own scans, but of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. So here's an example. The 10-day daily breakout. So if I right click configure and click on summary, this is going to tell me what this scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. The principle is this, is that you will always start off, when you're building your own scans, you'll start off with some filters. If you don't have filters, then you'll get way too many alerts. In this particular case, if these filter criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. And this is just the flip of it, a daily breakdown. Okay, 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, so if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. And the good news, you don't have to learn a programming language. If I right-click on an alert window, click on search, these are all of the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down to these icons, these are all of the filters that we have. So again, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. A lot of people think, my gosh, how am I going to learn all of these alerts and filters? You don't have to. You know, you kind of scroll through them. And what we've tried to do is create enough of them. So with the number of, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. We feel we've created enough of them that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for, okay? You don't have to learn them all. but we wanted to have enough of them, so it's sort of a la carte. You pick and choose to create your scan if you want to create your own scans. Typically when people start out, maybe they don't want to create their own scans. You know, they look at my scans, or they go to our channel bar, go to the dock channel bar, and for instance, they go to momentum. So all of these are themed channels, all right? So this is the momentum channel. There's the BLCT, okay? If you like this one, if you thought, you know what, I like this. I like the idea of having an alert window, a momentum channel, or a momentum scan. So you just save it to the cloud. Now, of course, if you want to, you can change the values. And you just have to look at the filters. So you might say, well, I don't like that price range. I like everything else. Make a change, say to 10 and 100 as an example. And if I click on summary, you see how it's changed. Say OK. So now you've adjusted this. So now it's between 10 and 100. If you liked it the way that, now, of course, you don't have to make any changes at all. But if you did make a change, then you can save it to the cloud. And if you go to another channel, you can start extracting different scans. And then you can kind of make your own layout based on scans that we have prepared for you. Now, also, a word about this. When you make a change in the channel bar, and if I leave this channel and come back, the change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because the channels are for everybody. And the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. So typically, all I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels and start extracting top list windows or alert windows that you might like to make as part of your layout. Okay? So it's a good way to get started. Just take a look at the channels and look at the individual scans. It's always the same thing. Right click, configure, summary. And then you can see exactly what they're looking for. All right, now just to go over our premium service a little bit. If you have our premium service, then how I would do this, and it's very, very inactive right now. Well, I mean, there are 4 alerts, but nothing's really happening. Click on New from our toolbar. I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is what you're going to see, this window right there. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them is up to you. Okay, you have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the entry price. I use this like a watch list. I typically only like the ones under 20, and that's just personal preference. So how you trade it will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, okay, when you get this alert, this is how you should trade it. All right, well, this NCLH, yeah, I mean, it's starting to base now a little bit more. So any fall from here, you would think that it could give us an interesting short look. I think Real was talking about it's outside the Bollinger Bands. I can't remember what time frame he talked about, maybe the 15, but hourly, okay. Okay, a word about this window that you see here. This is called Brokerage Plus, this blue window. I'm going to exit this trade, okay? I'm just going to flatten it. This is in the simulator. I'm going to go over this in a bit. Give me a moment here. Okay, so there is the Brokerage Plus link that I put in. So what does this mean? So if you click on this link, you'll see two videos. There is a short video. If you happen to have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available to you. That's all it means. And even if you have IB or E-Trade, doesn't mean you have to use it. Okay? I just want to hammer that point home because a lot of people think, wow, if I don't have IB or E-Trade, it means I cannot use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. We're a scanner. That's what we do. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can, you can use Trade Ideas. The second video, longer, goes into more detail about how you can use this window. And the way I like to demonstrate it, though, is using it as a simulator. Okay? So you'll notice here, and by the way, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. So you'll notice here in the toolbar, it says Brokerage Plus. Two options underneath, one's live and one is simulation, paper trading. So again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. You still need live data from those two brokers, but you can trade from within. But as a simulator, it uses our real-time data. So it doesn't matter who your broker is because it's just using our real-time data. In fact, you don't even need a broker. So I always say it like this: practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. We're a scanner, we generate great ideas and all that, but you still have to have some trading experience. All right, so you've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so you can practice trading using this simulator. What you saw here was something, this DNAY. This is something that in the simulator, took it last week, got in at 10:01, and I kept it. I think I kept it for 3 or 4 days. So you can practice swing trading if you want, as long as if you don't get out of a trade that you take at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. These are hotkeys. So to get out of a trade, you just highlight it and flatten it, or you can get it a half, or you can double your position. Of course, if you can also just go manually here. But again, these are some hotkeys that we have available for you. All right, the AUVI is still pretty active here. They did a financing of $3, so that $3 has held. It's got a ton of room. I mean, look at this on the daily chart, 420. When I say that, I don't mean it's going to get there. I have no idea where it's going from here, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance until you get up to that 4 level. And now I'm sick about not taking GNPX. I really thought 2 would stall it, but it didn't at all. Not even close. So I guess we can say this is a huge winner from the option scanner. If you took it, more power to you. 173 to 221. That's a fantastic price increase percentage-wise. Goods. I guess Toronto was closed today, right? Toronto stock market, like we should be. All right, let's take a trade here in the simulator, or let's practice. Okay, so for instance, if I wanted to take this GNPX, but I don't want to chase it right now. But let's say I want to take it if it pulled back to say $2 or just underneath $2. So all you do, you pick how many shares you want to do it at. 400. I'm going to pick 400. I'm going to say, let's take it if it gets down to actually this level right there on the 5 minutes, say $1.97. Just want to show you how you can do something like this. How you can do a pullback trade. Click the buy button and you'll see a big blue line will appear on the chart right there. So if GNPX pulls back to 197, it'll take the trade. Now, at some point, if you don't want to do it anymore, of course, you don't have to keep it in there. All you have to do is just go to the orders, and you'll see it right there. You just right-click and cancel, okay? But that's how you can practice a pullback trade. Yeah, I don't see any news for the GNPX. I don't think I saw any news for it. Actually, no. There is news. Okay, there is news. Fast track designation. Okay, so they did receive from the FDA. They did receive, and a second FDA fast track designation. Okay, so there was some news. It's just, okay, I can't answer that question, GNPX, okay? That's not where the stop is. It's just that the only way I've been able to demonstrate a pullback trade is by putting the same price same price in both the price box and the stop box, okay? I can't explain it, okay? It's not really a stop because now what would happen here is I would really put a stop in once I'm in the trade. I would know what my stop is, before I took the trade, of course. Good money management, knowing exactly where my stop is if this trade got executed. So why I have to put it in both, I don't know. I don't know if it's a simulator issue. I really don't. I don't think so. I just know it works, okay? If I don't put it in both, I don't get this blue line. And I know if it gets down here, it'll execute it right here. Exactly. If it's not broke, I gave up a long time ago trying to figure out why you needed to do that in both, but you know what? That's the way it is, and so AV. Let's say now I wanted to take AUVI right here, okay? A little bit of money management. I'm going to go over that. 500 shares. I'm going to buy 500 shares right at the market. Okay, so I took the trade at 329. I'm going to put my stop at 309. Not because that's where the stop should be. I'm trying to make the math very easy. So when you get into a trade, unfortunately, they're not all going to work, okay? So the way I trade, just like you saw me on the NCLH, I said, okay, I'm going to get, it didn't work. I had a stop price. I was going to get out of the trade. The same sort of, so this is the same thing here. What I've done, when you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade. They're not all going to work. You can't allow yourself to just hope and pray that something is going to work and watch, as, let's say I got into this 334 and it got down to 309 and then it got down to 3 and then 250 and on and on downward. So and now instead of a manageable loss, you're getting a far bigger loss than you should have. So how are you going to establish where your stop is? That's where the practice comes in. I know how I do it. I kind of size up a chart and I look and I say, okay, I think that there is a good support area. If it broke down through that support area, typically maybe on at least a 5 or a 15-minute chart. So if it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade, okay? Other ways of doing it, the low of a previous 5-minute candle, maybe a 15-minute candle, maybe a moving average. There's no right or wrong way. You have to get comfortable how you are placing your stops. And you can only do it by practicing. The other thing is you should be looking for all sorts of reasons to not take a trade. Try to be selective, highly selective. You should have some kind of a checklist, and you should have to check every single box in that checklist before you take a trade. Now, most of the boxes are already checked because of my scans have got filters in place. So for instance, I know I'm not going to be taking a trade outside of the price range that I want, or where the volume is too low, or where the relative volume is not high enough, things like that. Because in the filters that I've got, I've already got the price range I want, the minimum volume, the minimum relative volume. So when I get an alert, most of my checklist has already been done. Now it's a matter for me to look and see, do I like the pattern it's coming from, and is there room when I look left on a daily, monthly, and a weekly chart for it to still run before it might hit some resistance. And I try to size that. I can size that up fairly quickly, and it only it comes with some practice. Now you'll notice that I put the stop here at 309. It probably wouldn't be the worst place. I mean, I'm looking here at the 15-minute chart. Look at all the action right there. But I put it at 309 just because I wanted to make it 20 cents away, just for the purposes to demonstrate now the other aspect. You get into a trade, if you grasp the concept of having a stop, great. But now that's also going to share size you. Why? Because when you start trading, I mean, if you have a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always risking $100 a trade. If the trade doesn't work, the most I want to lose is $100. And and I will keep, when I'm trading my real account, I will keep the same risk for every trade, within reason. Okay, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. Okay, it's about the same amount every single trade that I'm risking. Therefore, that is going to share size me. I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How did I get 500 shares here? Well, 329 was my entry. I put my stop 20 cents away. If I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm prepared to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. Okay? So that's why we're always saying, a trade idea is practice trading using our simulator. It's part of the standard service, so there's no excuse for not trying it and getting really used to the concept of placing stops and obeying them. That's the other huge thing. You can, especially when you first start out trading, you get all excited. You've been able to check every single box. It looks like it's a can't miss. They had earnings or they had some great news. And guess what? Even the best setup doesn't work sometimes. And so to obey your stop is very critical, because a lot of times what will happen is you'll say, well, okay, I'm new. Maybe that stop was not in the right place, so I'll move it down. And you keep moving it down and down and down. Now that manageable $100 loss starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 before you finally give up and sell. And I guarantee it's going to happen. Okay? And one of the worst things that can happen is that you don't obey your stop, and then it bounces back, and then you start making money. And you say, oh man, am I ever glad I didn't obey my stop? Of course that is going to happen sometimes. Let's just say I got stopped out at 309, and then at 3 it turned around, and then it ripped up to 4. It can happen, of course. All I'm saying is that money management, though, if you want to do this, and be professional about it, I'm just saying money management is something that is so critical. So a couple of comment about some of these filters that I've got here. So you see right here, it says today's profit, max P&L, okay? This will give you a good idea, but how good were your exits? Because, that's the other huge part of trading is having a bit of an idea when to get out. Do I get out of all of it? Do I get out of half of it? And that it's only going to come with practice. That can't be. Holy smokes. Look at the collapse of Jewel. My goodness. JWEL. I looked at this. I thought that has to be a mistake. 1228. Look at the collapse of Jewel, guys. Cut in half. All that good work from, back here, early December. All that good work of getting it up to $26, basically in what? Less than 45 minutes, wiped it all out. Man. Whew. Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. That is I'm trying to see if there's any news other than the fact that, people are just getting out of this. But that is a massive sell-off. I mean, it's a fairly low float, 20 million in the float, but still. Okay, first of all, welcome, JMac. First thing I would do is this. If you go to my home page, all right, if you go to my home page, there's the link. I just put the link there. Hopefully you can see my screen. Click on the link. This is what you'll see. Okay, now I would go here to the education section. So click here. And the first thing you should do, in my opinion, is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Just so you know what a top list is, how to create a top list. What is an alert window, creating an alert window, the single stock window, introduction to the cloud, price, these are all some of the basic features of trade ideas. I think they're very easily explained, okay? That's the first thing I would do. And then, of course, this room is like this, from 8 to 3:30, 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, of course. So you can always be in this room and ask questions. Well, TBPH kept moving down after the little pull up. I'm not in this anymore. There was a nice short earlier for myself and hopefully others who are in the room. The NCLH is still strong. I mean, it is not really wanting to give it up yet. I'm still really kind of shocked by that move in Jewel, JWEL. I've never, you're talking about JWEL, John? I have not had that. Wow, and look at this. I mean, if this holds, I mean, this is just an utter collapse. Look at this. I mean, it's halted at 1140. Here is maybe your clue about where it's going to open. I mean, you can see how it's changing. This is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? And if it is a 5-minute halt, 105.26, so, well, it's obviously not going to be a 5-minute halt. It's going to be longer. So if it's usually there are multiples of 5. See how this is changing though? Wow. So what I was going to show you, if you look at the today's profit and the max P&L, okay, these are important columns in my opinion, because what this can start to show you is how good are your exits. So for instance, if you had a max P&L, what that means is that when you were in the trade, the most you could have, the most that you could have made, if you got right out at the very top, in this particular case it was $37, okay? Right now, again, in this trade, up 25. So, I mean, there's not a huge difference. What I'm really trying to show you, though, is if your max P&L says something like $500 or $600, and then you've allowed it to get down to you're only up, $17 or worse, you've actually lost money. I mean, obviously that is not good money management, okay? So this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge about how good are your exits, okay? The other one is the distance from the exit price. So you notice here, I got out of this, this was again, call it a swing trade. I got out of this, and right now it is 15 cents below where I got out of the trade, which is of course what you want to see. What you don't want to see is some big gigantic positive number, because that would mean, man, I guess I left a lot of money, on the table. So you like to see a negative number when you do get out of a trade. That's just telling you distance from the exit price. It is 15 cents under where I exited the trade. So these columns can kind of help you, to determine, well, how good are my exits? I mean, it's all part of trading. Sometimes the easiest thing is to buy the stock. The hardest thing is knowing where to exit. Yeah, I mean, there we are, 912, 912. This is unbelievable. I keep looking to see if there's any sort of news. Well, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, then it should open at 11:15 plus 26 seconds. And then this is what we're talking about. Typically they are 5-minute halts, but obviously this is more than a 5-minute halt. You can see earlier I got halted at 10:39, 46 seconds. I'm starting to get some that are not quite like right on the 5 minutes. And used to be almost always it was 5 minutes right to the penny or right to the second, but all right, well, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, this is going to open in about 16 seconds, 15 seconds. So let's get this up and running. See how this has changed. I mean, it's actually getting closer and closer to the halt price. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. So it just opened. So this is actually having a, no, we're just, I'm not saying anybody to take this trade by any stretch, but notice before it was showing like 880 and all that. So All right, the APLT now is starting to get interesting again for me. If it takes out 6 at the pop up here, we had the alert here at 6:10. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I've got to change headsets. All right, so we've got a little bit of a disconnect going on in the market here. I mean, very minor. I mean, the Dow's down a little, SPY's up a little, NASDAQ's up. So just a very, very minor disconnect going on. Disconnect meaning, typically Dow is your value stocks, quote unquote value stocks, and NAS is more your growth stocks. So there's a little disconnect going on. Let's just take a look at the sectors and see if they've really radically changed. They probably have, well, I don't know radically, but they've definitely changed. Last time we looked at this was about 15 minutes before the market opened. So look at energy, 100% of them are up. Okay. Technology, when we first looked at it, I think it was about 80%. So now it's, a little less than 50-50. Healthcare, 25%. So, I mean, it's energy. Energy is leading the way today for sure. And even the communication stock, 73%. These numbers, what they refer to, what this means is XLE, big energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are up from Friday's close. That's what that means. Doesn't mean so there's not even one stock that's below Friday's close. So energy. So if you wanted to take an energy play right now, I mean, you are obviously following the trend. As opposed to if you wanted to take a financial stock. I'm sorry, not financial. Say a healthcare stock right now. Only 25% of them are above Friday's close. So unless that stock that you're wanting to take in the healthcare sector has some specific news for it, you'd be trying to go against the trend, which is never usually a good idea. This IMMX is not over, guys. IMMX is definitely not over. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, but it's basing nicely here. So again, this is one of those ones that, they have a little base, and then, traders are resting on this one or not as enthusiastic about it right now, but it certainly hasn't dropped. But all of a sudden, if we get some volume coming in, it could easily pop through this through 8 and maybe challenge that high. And that high is what, 874. So it's about $1 away from that. But remember, the float is so low, and it's an all-time high. This was an IPO back here, a very, very cheap IPO with very few shares issued, and that's why this can happen. Well, it seems to want to go down. That's what it wants to do. JWEL. Wow. So there was the alert here from the 10-day daily breakdown, 1228, and well, it should be somewhat obvious, but the reason you didn't see it earlier is because there must have been some filters not in place, because that would, oh no, I'm right there. I mean, that was the 10-day daily breakdown right there at 1228, right there. Or I'm wrong. Let me just see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no, that's right. 1231. That was it. 1231. Meanwhile, AUVI guys took this one in the simulator. So at this point, you know, up $72. Just a minute, guys. I'm just have a message from me. Okay. I'm seeing Bitcoin is obviously moving down here. BITO ETF. So I had a high up here, $30, starting to move down. The low float winners data. I'm not sure where that is. That must be from where are you seeing that, JB? That is not one of mine, but in momentum, in the momentum channel. Okay, well, when you ask how to use it, I mean, it's, you know, I hate to say it like this, but it's up to you. All they're showing you is that these are stocks with obviously low floats. Let me take a look at yeah, I mean, so it's just showing you these in a top list format, stocks that are up the most with low floats. How you use it will be up to you. I hate to say it like that, but that's what it is. It doesn't mean when you see it, well, I better take the trade right now. You know, you click on the alert, check to see what sort of pattern it's coming from, how much room it's got. You know, is there some news? All it's telling you is just listing the stocks, you know, that are low floats, that are up the most. Okay. Meanwhile, guys, IMMX, guys, is trying to do it. Guys, IMMX looks really, I mean, it takes this out here, it's 23. I mean, the next high is way up here. And as I said before, because of that float, you know, it's classic, right? Low float. I mean, how can a stock be up 129%? It can't be unless it's got a very, very low float. I mean, there it goes. I mean, there it goes. Oh man, look at the volume that came in. It's all about the volume. What time is it right now? 11:28. So this has another minute and a half or so for this volume bar to close. So how to utilize the low float winners? I mean, if you had, I mean, this we had to know this. I mean, we've been watching this all day. Excuse me. So with this float of being only 1 million shares, you know, it's just something that you had to watch all day. You know, I had this thumbnailed, you know, on my other monitor. Well, I mean, look, it already had a big drop, okay, but I don't know where it's going. It's an all-time high, but you've got to be careful because of that float, okay? You cannot wander away from your computer. I say that all the time. Look what it did. It got right to the high of the day and it said, nope, we're not going to take it out yet and maybe never. I mean, look at this. It got right up to 868 and then 865 within, you know, 3 cents of the high of the day, and then it just stopped. What do you mean an email leak, Jay? What do you mean by that? I mean, I saw all sorts of news about Tesla. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Tesla committed multiple types of fraud. Well, so far, hasn't affected the stock at all. Well, let's see what Mr. Musk has to say about that. Okay, here's another little one here. CING. Oh, I'm sorry. This happened at 11 o'clock. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit behind. But you can see, I mean, if it takes this out later on, I mean, it's probably another low float, 315. I'm going to stick an alert at 315 for CING. I mean, I don't know, if, again, if this was really an IPO. Sort of remember it being one, but if it is one, it's another one of these really, really low price IPOs with very few shares issued. It was a $5 IPO. Okay. Or a $6 IPO. Whatever it was cheap. Meanwhile, AUVI is on the move here, guys. Again, look at all the room it's got. I'm not in this one, okay? I mean, this I was demonstrating on the simulator. I'm actually not in this one, my real account, but wow, AUVI. Wow, what a nice move, guys. All right, so this one just showed up in the option scanner, GILT, G-I-L-T. All right, so the Israeli stock, 41 million in the float. What do we see when we look left? Now, to me, I see just a ton of resistance around that 850 mark, right on that daily chart. Now, I was very wrong about the GNPX, but, oops, just a second. Okay, so guilt. Okay, so again, I just look at this and I think there's just too much resistance. Right around that between 850 and 860. Yeah, so this is what you're talking about. Benyamini. Well, it's definitely put some excitement into the stock, no question about it. Oh, wow, Jewel. You guys are looking for a bounce on this one. I don't know. Well, I obviously should be in the AUVI in my real account as opposed to just being in the simulator, but this is a nice move, guys. It's right up my alley too, because when you look left, no resistance until on the chart. No resistance until 430 or so, 420 or so. So and again, low float, low float. Some of these high flyers earlier on in the day, CELZ giving it up now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Boy, this one had no bounce at all. So the next HIMX, the next low looking left is 1255 for HIMX. I know it was on Zach's bounce. It had no bounce at all. Well, maybe a little one, but look at the market, you know. Bounce plays will work a lot better if you have the market at least not against you. It doesn't have to be racing higher, but at least not against you. On the 5-minute chart, I do see a cross down on the 5-minute chart for NCLH. Boy, GNPX, wow. I was very wrong. Now, I would think here, 239 is the next high looking left. I mean, hey, who knows? Maybe it just takes that out too. So much for the pullback. Which leads me to, almost why should I worry about this little resistance area for GILT? All stocks are different completely, but maybe have more trust in my option scanner. All right, guys, I am going to check to make sure that it is Sean in our YouTube room today. He is more of an options trader, so you guys with option questions, you should maybe head over there. Because Sean has been trading options for years and years and years. Okay, it is Sean. Okay, so he will be there between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. So those of you who are interested in, we don't scan for options as such, all right? I know you hear me speak about options, but all I'm doing is I'm just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So we have some option filters So we have the put call ratio, option volume, that's the average number of contracts. Total of puts and calls over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the key one. The option volume today percent. That's the key one. Because in my scan, I put 300%. In other words, it has to be trading at least, it has to be trading 3 times normal what it's done over the last 10 days. Okay, so that's all I'm looking for. I'm trading the stock. I am not trading options, but there are some who say, hey, we can use that. And like Rubber Toe, I think he's saying that he trades options based on that. Yeah, happy New Year to you, Sam, and everybody else, of course. Well, save up all your questions for next Monday. Sean is there every Monday. I'm going to keep an eye on this gilt, guys. You know, I know I am, you know, a little bit uptight about the little bit of resistance that is fairly close by, but right there. But I'm telling you, this, and the volume is still good. I mean, look at the volume, kind of tapered off on the 15. You can see what it did. The price really didn't move very much. Now the volume is coming back in, and the price and it's starting to move a little bit. Yeah, that TBPH, I don't know if you were hearing me earlier on. I did take that one as a short. I'm not in it anymore. It was all about the 200-day moving average. Come on. Where are you? There we go. All about that 200-day moving average. I mean, it's amazing, guys. You want to print out a chart to show you the power of the 200-day moving average? Just print out this daily chart for TBPH. That green line right there. I mean, almost to the penny is where it stalled. Almost to the penny. I'm asked, what do I think about APLT? I still have an idea that if it gets down below 6, I might take the short. You know, it came in the short scanner or the daily breakdown at 610. It's not there. I mean, it had some news. You know, they've, but I would, for me personally, I would not take it unless it broke 6. And it doesn't mean I'll take it if it breaks 6, but I don't want to know it. You know, I'm not going to take it unless it breaks 6. No, 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 no. It's always the daily chart. I don't look at the, and that's not to say a person shouldn't. I'm always talking about, when I talk about the SMA, the 200 SMA, always on the daily chart. Okay, never on any other time frame. That's for me. TCS. Well, the only thing let's take a look at, that move right there to see what sort of values there were. Okay, and let's put TCS in there. Okay, so early on, so of course, obviously the volume early on wasn't good enough. You see right there, you see the volume, for me, the volume just wasn't good enough. And the relative volume was high, but the actual volume. So if I mean, I know you know this real, but I mean, if you're asking for that move right there at 9:30 up to 9, I would never see that because the volume was not good enough. Okay, so, and yes, would it catch TCS? But how many others? How many others would it take? Would it do? Because I mean, I'm not, yeah, too many. So I'm not looking at, until it gets to be minimum about 300,000, I think, for me. That's probably the minimum. So yes, it absolutely jetted higher, but no volume. So I don't know how you can really find it unless you really reduce your volume. But then, as you say, you're going to introduce many, many, many others that are not what you want to see. ITOS was something I saw in the pre-market, and this is a bio, right? Yeah, so they got added. That's right. They got added to the S&P 600 mid cap or something to that effect. S&P small cap, sorry, small cap 600. So that was the news for it, okay? But it's really fading from it. I mean, it got 52 down to 47. So that was the news for it. But right now, there's just a sell-off. I mean, the only other thing you could do, real, I suppose, if you had that minimum volume, is to put something with such a high relative volume. Because I noticed it was like 28 to begin with. Maybe that would eliminate a lot of them. So keeping my eye on this gilt, guys, to see if it just kind of bases here and then takes off a bit and then really starts to clear this 850, 860. The next high looking left on the monthly is 873, and then after that 905. So it's got promise. Basically coming from my option scanner. but that 8 EMA on the 2 minute is starting to curl down. So I don't know. I mean, you just have to wait and see if it. Meanwhile, GNPX just, what a miss by me. What a horrible, horrible. Look at that, 173, 258 now. Not a stupid question, Scott. So if you right click and go to select background color. So if you don't have that, available, you have to make sure you're on a later version of Trade Ideas. But if you right click a chart and then click and select background color, and then you've got the watermark right here, okay? And you can pick, is this just a palette, or at least I thought it was. Maybe you can't change the color. Maybe it's only, I'm surprised. But you can do a darker color. This is the only option right here. Boy, this, I'm so intrigued with this gilt now, Gilt. At least it did have some news, so it's not completely on its own. All right, guys, getting close to my break here at noon. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. She usually shows up right at noon. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in. If you have option type questions, you can ask Sean, because again, he trades options. That makes two of us, Jazz. Oh man, Jewel continues down. Wow. Look at all the work last month. You know, going from 9, and then this is, remember, this is the first trading day of this month. So it got from 9 all the way up to 26, and in less than, what, a couple of hours, gave it all up. That is one big wow. Still looking to see if there's any sort of news. Just Even if it's fraud allegation. Look at GNPX. I cannot believe this, guys. I cannot believe. That's why I'm sort of continuing to watch the GILT. Read it and weep. 173. I mean, it's a dollar move now on a $2 stock for GNPX. The interesting thing is that it really didn't have a big move in the pre-market. A little bit of a move, but nothing fantastic in the pre-market. Nothing that was going to suggest this was going to happen. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. Are you talking about guilt? Oh, GMP. No, it was more the 2 level. It was more about that 2 level. I mean, now, the 293. Remember, the alert was at 173. So the 200-day was way beyond that. So that would not be an issue at all. All right. You're ready there, Sean? So I'll stop my stream right now. I've told everybody that you are the absolute expert at trading options, so be prepared. Okay, have a fun hour.
Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Barry. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to all of you here on the stream. Hope you guys had a great weekend. I certainly did. Finally got some snow around here. I probably can't see it out my window. Maybe you can. Got a lot of snow, which is good because I live in Colorado, not too far from that place where they had all those fires on Thursday and Friday last week, if you guys saw the news. So this snow very much helped. All right, so everybody, for the next hour, this is going to be... Oh, hold on one second. Okay. Scott, you live in Fort Collins, yeah, so you're enjoying the snow too, I think. Anyway, so guys, for the next hour, this is the live Q&A session where we will use this time to address any questions you have about the software. I know we have a lot of new subscribers that signed up to start the year thanks to our both Christmas and New Year's sales. So you guys are kicking off the new year right. So welcome. We're glad you're here. We do these live Q&As every trading day starting at noon Eastern. And we take turns hosting them. I usually do Mondays. I'm Chicago Sean, by the way, and get different people every day. So, and we all have different experience levels. We all use the software in different ways, which is an important point to make. There's no one way to use Trade Ideas software. The only right way to use the software is the way that helps you do what you need to do. So with that said, the content for the next hour is going to be driven by your questions. I don't really have anything really prepared, although we are going to talk about the TI strength alerts. We like to do that on Mondays. But we're going to go in the direction of wherever you guys take us. So there's 40 of you now live on the call. So I'm hoping you guys will have some questions for me. But in the meantime, while we wait for that to come in, I'm going to head to in my channel bar here, if you guys are seeing this for the first time. Ooh, don't know why I have two channel bars there. If you're seeing this for the first time, I'm going to open up my TI Strength Alerts channel right here. And if you are seeing this for the first time, basically what the TI Strength Alerts channel is a channel for people who want to make smarter, better swing trades. So this little window here that I moved over, this is the welcome screen. If you stretch this out and open this up, this is it's a newsletter that also goes out in an email form to standalone email subscribers. So FYI, people can subscribe to this. If they don't subscribe to Trade Idea software, they could just subscribe to the newsletter for $17 a month. And this is the email that you get. You get it every weekend so that you're ready to go Monday morning. And there's just, the 5 stocks that make up the strength alerts list, as well as some levels of interest. So where you might want to get in, where your stop loss should be. And again, these are just suggestions, all right? So an important thing I should tell you guys about the strength alerts is that we don't tell you how to trade these, okay? How you trade these ideas is between you and your trading plan, okay? Meaning how much you're willing to risk per trades, where you're going to place your stops and exits, or your entries and exits, how you're going to size the positions, how many of the positions you're going to get into. These are all things that you need to come up with. Being a successful trader, and a very important part of being a successful trader, is building a plan. You have to have a plan. If you guys tune in on Tuesdays, you'll see Michael hosted, and Michael is he's like Mr. Plan Nazi, right? He's like always telling you got to have a plan. What's your plan say? And whenever he asks questions, what does your plan say? Is what he likes to shame people into it. But we tease him about that, but he's absolutely right. You need to have a plan. And so we don't tell you how to trade these strength alerts. What we do tell you is that these 5 names, and you can see the 5 names in here in this little top list right here, this TI Strength top list. These are the tickers, SBLK, KMB, PCG, LH, etc. These stocks right now are setting up with characteristics of past good swing trade wins. Okay. So if any of you are familiar with, let's say, the Investors Business Daily and their IBD 50 list, or if you've read any of the books by William O'Neill, then you're very familiar with how they go about selecting stocks based on, deep analysis and deep reviews of all the biggest winners in the history of the stock market. So I'm not saying we're doing it like that. We're in a shorter time frame. We're looking more for swing trades, but same kind of idea where we've got algorithms where we've done back tests. We've done 5 years of back tests, and we have determined that there is common characteristics of all stocks, not all stocks, but there are common characteristics of stocks that went on to put on great swing trades. Now, what is a swing trade? Everybody has a different definition of what a swing trade is. Is it a 10-day hold? Is it a 20-day hold? Is it a 5-month hold? Swing trade, that term is open to interpretation. But basically a swing trade is anything longer than a day trade and anything shorter than a long-term investment, if that makes any sense. But the expectation is if you're a swing trader, you want to hold this stock for several days, several weeks if you're lucky, meaning it's moving in your direction. So these 5 stocks, based on our algorithm and over the weekend, are the stocks that are best exhibiting the characteristics of past winners before they made their big move. All right. So this is not a guarantee that these stocks are going to win. This is not a guarantee at all. Nobody can guarantee. We can't guarantee anything. Nobody can. If anyone's selling you guarantees in the stock market, run the other way. All right. So with that caveat out of the way about these stocks and the fact that we're not telling you how to trade them, I'm going to explain to you 2 different ways that you can trade them. I'm going to show you the way that we ran our back tests and where we get our demonstrated performance from. And I'm going to show you how I personally do it. So let me do this. Let me pull up, I'm going to bring up a web browser here real quick. Stand by. Let's just do this. Okay. So this link here, this is the little ad page we have for the TI Strength Alerts, but I want to draw your attention to this chart right here. Okay. So this chart is telling you that since, was it January 1st of 2018, so 3 years, over the past 3 years, you see the white line here. This is the performance of the S&P 500. Okay. I believe actually this is 5 years. I think this is mislabeled. I have to check with my design guy, but I believe this is mislabeled. I think this data is 5 years of data. Anyway, it's a long time. And during this time, the white line here, this is the performance of the S&P 500. Okay. Up and to the right. Very good, right? Well, if you had done the TI Strength Alerts the way we do it, and I'll explain to you how this was done, you would have crushed the S&P 500. Crushed it. And the best part about crushing the S&P right here is it really required very little work. Crushing the S&P, very little work. That sounds like a winning combination to me. So how did we achieve these results? These back-tested and forward-tested results? How did we get there? Well, guys, it was really, really simple. Each week, Monday morning, what we do is we take the 5 symbols, the 5 stocks that are this week's picks. We take our investable capital, and let's assume that let's assume we're starting from scratch. Right? I have no positions on. It's January 1st or January 3rd, whatever. It's the first trading day of the year. Let's say we came in and we have a $10,000 account. Okay. And we have 0 positions on. It's all cash. Well, what we do is on Monday morning at the opening bell, we take our $10,000, we divide it equally and invest it in all 5 names equally. So $2,000 in SBLK, $2,000 in KMB, $2,000 in BFB, $2,000 in PCG, and $2,000 in LH. However many shares that buys of each name, it's going to be different for each name because these are all different priced stocks. You can see their prices right here. One stock is as high as $301 a share. One stock is as cheap as $12 a share, right? So however many shares that buys, we're going to buy them. $2,000 worth, which is our $10,000 account divided 5 ways. Okay, if you had a $37,000 account, you would have different math, but you would divide it up equally. And so on Monday morning at the opening bell, so the opening print, right? We just have a market order to buy right at the open. We bought all 5 names. And then for the rest of the week, for the next 5 trading days, 7 calendar days, what do? We did absolutely nothing. Yes, Scott, these are always long, by the way. We do absolutely nothing for the rest of the week. We just sit on our hands, put our hands in our pockets, do nothing. Okay? Come hell or high water, stocks can shoot to the moon or they can crash. And thankfully, none of them have crashed on us. But either way, up or down, we're holding it. Okay? And then what we do is the following Monday, so exactly 7 days later, we exit all 5 names, winner or loser, doesn't matter. We exited all 5 names at the opening print on Monday morning, whatever we got. And then whatever our cash was, once all those trades have closed, which they should close right away, right? We take that remaining cash, divide it 5 ways, and reinvest it in the next 5 names. That's it. That's all we did to achieve those results that I showed you. We just rotated into 5 new names every Monday morning. Guys, that's what, 5 minutes of work? Not even. And you saw those results. I closed the browser down. I should bring it back up. But you saw the results. They're phenomenal for very little work. So that's how we did the backtest. Now, we're not telling you that, guys, that you have to trade it that way. All right? You could trade it any way you want. I personally don't recommend trading anything without a stop loss. Okay? But for the purposes of our backtest, we did not use a stop loss. I like trading with stop losses. So for me, the way I like to do it is a quick and dirty way for me is I'll buy every stock, but I will have a 5% stop loss on it. And I will size my positions in a way that I'm only risking $200 of my capital. So instead of dividing my capital five different ways equally and investing that way. Instead, what I'm doing is I'm risking $200 of my capital in such a way that if the stop loss gets hit, if my 5% stop loss gets hit, I'll lose 2% or $200 of my capital. That's it. That's the way I do it. And you got to come up with a way that makes sense for you. But check this out, guys. Now I'm using the Trade Ideas simulator here. So I'm going to bring up my Brokerage Plus window. Oops, what did I do? Didn't mean to do that. Bring that back over there. Okay. Oh, you know what? I need to, I'm on a developer's version here, so it's a little bit buggy. Let me just reconnect, get all my open positions in here. There they go. Okay. So these are all my open positions. Now this is the simulator. You can see it in the heading here, Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. The nice thing about the simulator, guys, though, is once you master the simulator and then you go and connect a live trading account, whether it's Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, the process is exactly the same. The steps you'll go through the trade are exactly the same that I'll go through here with the simulator. Okay, so my Brokerage Plus is open, and let's do this. I'm going to go to these a number of tabs here across the top. I'm going to go to my Strategies tab because I want to highlight something to you. You know what? Before I do that, I saw a question come in from our friend up in Toronto. He wanted to see the results again. Let me see if I can pull those up real quick. Oops, wrong button. Do I still have that thing saved? Yes, I do. So Mr. Toronto, friend up in Toronto, these were the results I was talking about. This is over the last 5 years. Here's the S&P in white, and here's the Trade Ideas Strength Alerts. Crushing it. All right, I'll leave this open in the corner for you. Oops. You know, I'm going to shrink it a little. So if you still need to study that, there it's open there on the side. Okay, so before I enter into today's trades, I'm just hitting wrong buttons all over the place. Before I get into today's trades, I want to show you the little algorithm I'm using in Brokerage Plus to make it very simple for me. Okay, so notice here, if I go to the swing trade buy strategy, I got two strategies here, custom strategies: a swing trade buys and a swing trade short. I don't short a whole lot for swing trading, but I do like to buy swing trades. So let's right click in here and I'll show you under the hood what I got going on. So if I edit trading strategy, you'll notice there's 5 tabs across the top. I'm on the first tab. I'm on the configuration tab. You'll notice it's a long biased strategy and it's sending trades to my simulated trading account. Okay. Now I'm going to skip these tabs. I'm going to go right to the risk management tab, because the first thing I do here is anytime I send an order, I want it also to set up a stop loss at 5% away. So there's my 5% away stop loss order. Now I'm choosing a stop loss percentage basis stop loss. Now I have some options here. I could use a dollars based stop loss, right? And set this at like, I don't know, $1.75. I want my stops to always be $1.75 away. You know, you could do that if you want. I don't recommend that because if you're trading any stock under the sun, a $1.75 stop loss in Amazon, which is a $3,000 stock, or Tesla, which is a $1,100 stock, a $1.75 stop in Tesla is going to look a lot different than a $1.75 stop in a $12 stock, right? So unless you're consistently trading stocks that are priced in the same neighborhood, you know, maybe you like to trade stocks that are only in their 20s, you know, then a dollars based stop loss makes sense. But for me, I use the percentage. We're going to ignore filter for now. That's kind of an advanced feature, and it gets very confusing for a lot of people. But let's just stick with the basics. And percentage is the one that I use. I like to use a 5% stop loss. Now, there's no magic to that 5%, guys. Maybe 10% is the number you like. Maybe 1% is the number you like. All right, but I like to use 5%. All right, that's just a quick and dirty number that makes sense for me. Now, once I've set my stop loss, so that means any order that goes out, any trade I get into, it's immediately going to set a stop loss 5% away. Now I go to the order details tab here, and this is where I set my position sizing. Okay, now you have a few options here with position sizing. You can do a fixed dollars. So, you know, when we were talking earlier about investing an equal amount of dollars in all 5 of these strength alerts names, you could set it, say, okay, I want to invest $5,000 on every name. However many shares $5,000 buys, do it. Okay. That's easy. I don't hate that. It's not ideal. It's not my preferred, but I don't hate it. What I do hate is the fixed shares. Let's say you're somebody who likes to trade in 1,000 share blocks. You could set 1,000 share block orders. That's fine. But going back to that Tesla example before, 1,000 shares of Tesla looks a lot different than 1,000 shares of some $17 stock, right? The amount of risk that you're exposed to is dramatically higher in Tesla than it would be in, a $17 stock. So I don't like the fixed shares, but again, if you're somebody that trades stocks that are always kind of priced in the same level, I know there's a lot of you that like to only trade stocks under $5 a share. That's fine. Then maybe fixed shares works for you, but for me, I don't like it. I'm using based on stop loss. So remember, in the risk management tab, I set my stop loss at 5% away. So now what I do here is, based on where my stop loss is, I could set my risk value to be, if I put, say, 200 here, that means my position is going to be sized such that if my 5% stop loss level does get hit, then my account will lose approximately $200. Now I say approximately because we can't factor in slippage. We can't factor in commissions. I mean, those things are real and they happen. So I can't guarantee that I'll lose $200 if I'm dead wrong, but it'll be close. It'll be in the neighborhood, right? And so I like doing positions, my risk sizing based on stop loss, because that way, whether I'm trading Tesla or whether I'm trading a penny stock, it doesn't matter. I know that every trade I put on, I'm risking the same amount of my capital. I'm risking $200. Okay. For me, that's a level of comfort that is very important. All right. So I've got these set up. I got I'm risking $200 a trade. My stop is 5% away. And I went through all this because, guys, once I have this set up, it's super easy to do one-click trading. So check this out. Let me just move this. Oh, stop doing that. So check this out, guys. I'm just moving this down. I'm going to close this window. I think Toronto got what he needed. All right. Oh, it's from Miss Toronto. I apologize, Miss Toronto. I called you Mr. Toronto earlier. I apologize. Go Leafs. Anyway, old hockey fan over here. Okay, so we're going to get into these trades. Now that I set up that algorithm, check out how easy it is to get into trades. Let's start with the SBLK. I'm going to click on SBLK. Remember, the 5 strength alerts names are right here. And I got the charts loaded up. Now check this out. Anywhere in this chart, all I need to do now is just right click, choose trade SBLK. And these are my 2 strategies that I've got, my 2 custom strategies. I'm going to buy using swing trade buys. I just click that. And if I go to my executions tab here, boom, you'll see my SBLK just got filled at 23.18. I bought 172 shares. And you can see in the chart, my stop loss order is working. That's what this red line is. Guys, how easy was that? I didn't have to do any math. I didn't have to do any calculations. I didn't have to figure out where my stop was or how big my position size should be. I just one clicked and it was done. Or I guess technically that would be 2 click, right? So let's do another one, KMB. Bring up the chart. So 1 click is a right click. Hover my mouse over here. And then my second click is buy using swing trade buys. And boom, I'm in. Here's my stop loss is now working. Kind of see it there. It says my stop is at 134.32 cents. And you can see that minus 198.96. That tells me how much approximately I will lose if my stop gets filled. So I'm just going to go through the rest of these real quickly, and I'm going to enter all these orders because this is what I do every Monday. And remember, every one of these orders is going in. Every one of these has a stop loss level. I mean, look how quick I'm going through this, guys. I just entered 5 positions in, seconds. Super easy. You can see all my fills showing up down here. And if I go to the orders tab, here I'm in brokerage plus 1. If I go to orders tab, you can see all my stop loss orders working. This is for all of my positions. Let's bring this back up. If we go to my positions tab, the new stocks I just got into are kind of showing up down here. These ones that are, these red ones, because they were all green coming into today. So these are all my new positions. So bing, bang, boom, guys, I'm in. And yes, I am buying at the market Toronto, Miss Toronto. I am buying at the market, and I don't use limit orders for swing trades, and here's why. And some of you guys, you can close your ears. You've heard me riff on this before. But when you're swing trading, you don't need to be so precise with your entries. Okay, you're not scalping. You're not in and out in the same day. If I buy this stock, this LH, if I buy this at $300 a share, and this thing goes up to $330 a share, which, that's only a 10% move. It's $30. It's a big move, but it's only a 10% move on that stock. It could go to 330 tomorrow. It could gap to 330 tomorrow. Do I care if I got a precise entry on my fill? Do I care if I put a limit order in and I got filled 5% better or 5 cents better than the guy that put a market order out? No, I don't care. I use market orders, and a big reason why is A, because of my longer time frame, but B, when you're swing trading, and really when you're trading on any time frame, you have 4 possible outcomes for any trade. You can make a little bit of money, you could lose a little bit of money, you can make big money, or you can lose big money, right? That's really your 4 only possible outcomes. I guess a 5th option could be you can scratch the trade and make absolutely nothing, but we'll ignore that one. So those are your 4 possible outcomes. Well, if we're using stop loss orders, then we're already eliminating the possibility of a large loss, okay? We don't want large losses. If we take large losses, that kills the math and nothing works on any time frame, whether you're a day trader, swing trader, long-term investor. If you take large losses, that kills the math, makes it very hard to be profitable. So we've already eliminated that idea. Next is small wins and small losses. Over the course of 1,000 trades, let's say 100 trades, 90 of them, give or take, are going to be small losers and small winners. They're going to end up netting you nothing, right? It's going to be a net wash, okay? 90 out of 100 trades are going to be small wins and small losses. Not going to get anywhere. But those other 10, the 10% of the trades, give or take, I mean, sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 12, whatever. But those 10 trades, those are going to be your big winners. And the big winners pay for everything else, okay? You have to have the big winners for the math to work, especially as a swing trader, especially as a long-term investor. You have to have the big winners to make the math work. And if I'm nickel and dime in my entries with limit orders, then here's what happens with a limit order. If you try to enter all your trades with limit orders, you are guaranteed to catch every trade that loses money, right? Because let's say you're trying to buy a stock, if it's going to go down and therefore you're going to lose money on it, well, of course your limit order is going to get filled. It's going to go right through your limit order on the way down to losing money, right? So you're guaranteed to catch every loser, but you might not catch a winner. That stock that you want to buy, that you're putting a limit order in maybe 10 cents below the current market price, and that thing starts ripping, it might not ever come back. Or it might come back a week later, but by then you've forgotten about it and you've canceled your order and you missed it, and you missed your opportunity, and then the thing rips again and you're out. You never caught it. And guys, if you miss a big winner, that also kills the math. A big winner that you should have been in, right? You don't want to miss the big winners. The big winners make the math work. So I don't like limit orders. Who asked that? Miss Toronto? Yeah. I don't like using limit orders. I would only use limit orders if I'm micro scalping, which I used to do many, many years ago. It's a young man's game. I don't do that anymore. But market orders are the way to go for me, for those of you on longer time frames. I mean, I know someone can make the argument, oh, well, the stock has a super wide bid-ask spread. It's, well, in that case, you might not want to trade that stock anyway. If a stock's got a huge bid-ask spread, it might have low volume. It might not be a stock you want to be in. Anyway, that's a different discussion. All right, let me make sure I've caught up on the questions here. And then I'm going to go ahead and after I catch up on the questions, I'm going to adjust all my stop loss orders. Let's see here. Sean, can you share your algorithm, please? Iris, I did. I do it every week. You talk about the strategy. you talk about right in here. I mean, I edit my trading strategy right here, and I set my risk management at 5% stop loss and order details based on stop loss, $200. That's the algorithm. If you're talking about the algorithm, what's the algorithm that powers the TI strength alerts? Well, I can't share that with you, Iris. That is proprietary, as they say. All right, let's see. I have custom scans that I use for swinging, but I don't want to use a certain percentage as a stop. Is there a way to have B plus to set my stop at yesterday's low? Currently, I can do same day's low stop. Jay Corona, custom formulas is out of the purview of what we're going to talk about here. That's an advanced topic. You can use custom formulas. As far as a custom formula at yesterday's low, I don't know for sure if that's possible. What you need to do is you need to send us an email to our tech support team, and they will have the right answer for you. The email here, and this is not just for you, Jay, but it's for everybody. info@trade-ideas.com. You can send an email there, tell them exactly what you're looking for, Jay Corona, and they will tell you whether or not they could be achieved with a custom formula. Autolicious, what new platform features would you like Trade Ideas to add? I want the crystal ball feature. Don't we all? All right, so let's see. I'm going to go through here now and adjust my stops. I want to show you guys, if you haven't seen this before, how easy it is to adjust your stops when you're using Brokerage Plus. So these are all my open positions right now. You'll notice I got a lot of green here. That's by design. I cut my losers and I hold my winners. That's how I do things. I let these things run as long as they can. I never sell at the top. I don't have a profit target. I want to let these things run to the moon, as they say. So what I do is every day, or sorry, not every day, every week generally, I'll go through my list. I usually do it on Mondays. I'll go through my list and I'll adjust my stop loss. So here's my biggest open winner right now, AMX. You can see this blue line is where I entered several weeks ago, and this was a TI Strength Alerts stock. It went my way for a few days, pulled back, tried to shake out some weak hands, and then it has just done nothing but basically go straight up ever since. So you can see where I entered. You can see where my current stop loss is sitting. And if my stop loss were to get hit, you can see right there it says plus 226.80. If my current stop loss order were to get hit, that's how much profit I would walk away with approximately. Now, if you look at my trade blotter down here, you'll notice I'm currently sitting in $565 of open profits. But if it were to come back and hit my stop, at least I'd walk away with some profit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag my stop loss order up. I love to move my stops in the direction of the trend. I never move them down. And to reiterate what I said before, these TI Strength Alerts, so they're always buys. I like to buy these stocks. I never short them. I buy them. And I always like to move my stops up in the direction of the trend. And so this stock, while it's had a really great move, it hasn't really displayed any level of obvious support yet. So I'm going to cheat a little bit, but I'm going to move my stop just below this little micro gap here, right below this low from December 22nd. Okay. And how do I do that? Super easy. I just hover my mouse over this line. I grab it, just click and drag and move it up. I'm going to put it right below that candle. And now my stop loss is working at 2038, and this is how much profit I'll walk away with if my stop gets hit. Now, my hope is this AMX just keeps going higher, Again, I'm not going to try to get out at the top because I don't know what the top is. Do you know what the top is? I don't know. This thing could go to $100, right? Let's let it ride. So let's go down to the next stock, CMC. Can we move my stop here? Yeah, I'm going to be aggressive with this one. I'm going to move my stop right below this little level right here. I feel like that's a quick little consolidation. Might be a little aggressive, but I'm feeling aggressive. So I'm going to move my stop just a little below there. There we go. And I'll go through this. I'll drag this up just above this previous high from back here from a couple months ago. And you'll notice, guys, that I'm a very visual trader, right? There's no hard math here. There's no intense calculation or calculus. I'm a chart reader. I've been trading for 23 years and I trust charts, and I'm just looking for obvious levels where if a level is broken to me, that tells me that the trend is broken. So for Tesla right now, my stop loss is right here. I'm going to leave it where it is. Stock, beautiful gap today. So it's going my way. It's going great. We got into this one last week. And this level here, if we break last week's low, which was Thursday and Friday, if we come all the way back down and break this low, that tells me, at least in the short term, that trend is done. And so I want out. So I'm going to leave that stop right there. Let's move on up. I'm going to move this to break even. That blue line is my break even level. So let's do that. And I'll go through these quickly, guys. And this is how I always do it. I kind of go through these quickly. I don't want to overthink this, guys. When you overthink these things, at least let me speak about me in first person here. When I overthink these things, it's when I tend to make mistakes. So I'm just going to go to my break even. I see some questions coming in, guys. I'll get to you in just a second. Let me just finish updating all these stops. And then we'll move forward here. Move this one up. Well, we just got into this one today, right? No, we didn't. We got into this one last week. So let's move that up below last week's low. I like that. Okay, these are the stocks we got into today. We'll leave them. Okay, that's it. All right, let me see where we are in questions. So, Miss Toronto, you're asking, why do I keep AMX for longer than 1 week, as I indicated earlier? So let's bring this back up. So what I was indicating earlier, Miss Toronto, was that the way we did the back test to show you those results that we have, that's how the back test was done, by just doing 7-day holds, or 5 trading days, but 7 calendar days, right? So entering on Monday, exiting the following Monday. That's how that back test was done. Okay, we're not telling you that's how you should do it, and we're not telling you that's the best way to do it. We're just telling you that's how we did it with the back test. Okay, you could do it the exact same way, and I expect that you'll do well over the long run. But that's how the back test is done. Okay, again, we're not telling you have to do it that way. I do it differently. All right, I want to get into these trades and I want to hold them for as long as they go my way. This is how I swing trade. I'm primarily an options trader. Those of you, many of you know that. And I like to get into trades and hold them for several weeks, several months if I'm lucky. That means they're working. That means they're going my way. So for me, a swing trade is something I hold for a long time, as long as it's working. Right? I mean, I'll hold this thing for a year if it keeps going up. That's how I like to do it. Toronto, I did actually trade Tesla with options. I did a little bit differently though. I don't want to turn this into an options conversation, but on this day here, on this green day, the second up day off of this low, early in this day, this was a Monday, I believe. Was it? No, this was a Tuesday. Doesn't matter. On this day, I actually sold some naked puts. I sold, or a put spread. I sold a put spread, sold the 900 puts, bought the 800 puts, and I bought it back right up in this day at my profit target. So I traded a little differently. Again, Miss Toronto, I'm more an options trader than a stock trader these days, but I did play it. Yes, indeed. Bill O, whenever I try to move a stop, it bounces right back to where it was when I let it go. Yes, Bill, I've noticed that too sometimes when you drag the stop loss order up, right? You drag it up and then for some reason, see, it just did it for me, right? It just bounced back, but it'll come back up. Just give it a sec. There it goes. See, Bill, I don't know what's going on there. I think it's just a design. It's just a bug in the display on the charts. But trust me, when you move them and let go at your level, it'll reset there at the level you want. Yeah, Bill, it happens to me. It doesn't happen to me always, but it does happen to me. And yeah, it's annoying, but it gets there. It gets the job done. All right, so guys, if you're just joining late, I noticed that there are a few more people here now than when we started, and a few people have left. So this is a live Q&A session. So for the next 22 minutes till the top of the hour, I'm just here to answer any software questions that I can. I should have said this at the top. I usually say this, and that is, I don't know the answer to everything on Trade Idea software, but I do know enough to be dangerous. And and whatever I don't know, I could certainly point you in the right direction. Kind of like that question about the custom formulas. My math is, or my mind does not work in code. I do not speak coder language. I don't use custom formulas myself, so I'm not the right guy to ask on custom formulas. Almost as if I was anticipating your question there, Autolicious. No, I don't play around with custom formulas. Nothing wrong with them. It's just I'm a simple user of Trade Ideas. I mean, I'm like many of you. Like, I just like to keep things simple, guys. I don't need to overthink things, man. I've told this story before, and it's an old story at this point now. But early on, when I first started working for Trade Ideas, what is it, 5 years ago now? Very early on, I had a conversation with a long-term customer, a guy who's been with us for over a decade. Trade Ideas has been around since 2003, by the way, for those of you who don't know. And I was talking to this guy, and we were just kind of shooting a breeze, having a good conversation, and we're just really just chatting, whatever. And he said to me, Sean, he's like, I've been with Trade Ideas for whatever years it was like 12 years or something. He's like, you guys have rolled out a lot of great features since I first started. You guys have had very little things, for just a few things. Like when Trade Ideas first launched, all it was an alert window and a top list. That's it. Didn't even have charts. And he said to me, Sean, I love all the new features you guys have put out, some really cool stuff. I find it interesting, but if you take away my one alert window that I use, that I rely on every single day, Trade Ideas would be worthless to me. Like, I need that one little alert window. Like, everything else is cool and it's useful and I use it from time to time. But if you take away my one alert window, then I can't trade. So please don't take it away is what he was saying. Not that we were going to, but the point of that, the reason I bring that up is because Trade Idea software, just like your trading software, I mean, everybody trades with different people. I mean, you might be trading with TD Ameritrade or Interactive Brokers or Robinhood or whoever you trade with, Thinkorswim. Most of those brokers have lots and lots and lots of features. I've been a Thinkorswim customer for 15 plus years. And I swear to you that I've probably used less than 3% of the capability of that software. There's so many bells and whistles on that software. I've used less than 3% of what that platform's capable of. Does that mean it's bad? No, of course not. But Trade Idea software is the same way. There's a lot of things you can do here, guys. Like if you go to your TI menu bar here at the top and you click new, well, I have a developer's version, so this is going to look different for you guys. But basically everything, all these items with icons next to them down to Brokerage Plus. You guys have all these icons. These are all different windows that are available to you on Trade Ideas. There's a lot of different things you can do. I don't use all of it. There's some features I've never used. Okay. And that's okay. Once you find that one thing that works for you, you're good. Okay. Keep it simple, guys. Find that one thing. Find that one or two or three things that really make a difference in your trading day in and day out, and you're golden. Now, you might not find that right away. I know a lot of you are new here, and that's why you're here right now. You might be overwhelmed. There's a lot of cool stuff. So it takes some time just kicking the tires, playing around, making mistakes, asking questions, coming to these live Q&As. We do these every trading day, noon Eastern. Chris Farley also does something towards the close every day where he takes questions right here on this same YouTube channel. So plenty of places to get help, and we encourage you to come in and ask for help so that you can get the help you need. But don't be overwhelmed. It's easy to be overwhelmed, but try not to get overwhelmed. Just know that you put the time in, just like with trading itself. When you started trading, did you know how to trade right away? Of course not. You might have read some books. You might have had a mentor. You might have taken a course. But did you really know how to trade until you really hit those keys and took on that risk and enjoyed a win or suffered a loss? No, you didn't know how to trade until you did that. Trade Idea software is no different. All right. Let's see. Toronto. When do you cover options? Which day and time on Trade Ideas YouTube channel? Well, we don't specifically have an options event, for lack of a better term. Because the big reason is because Trade Ideas software is not built for options trading. So I'm going to go on a little riff here for options trading. For those of you who are interested in options trading in Toronto, you definitely want to pay attention here. Trade Ideas software is built for equities traders. Okay, the data that we have on the platform is built for equities trading. We don't have the tools that hardcore options traders are looking for. Now, I'm going to open up a top list window here just to show you guys. If I go into the search tab and type in options, you'll see the entirety of the options data that we have right here. All this options data is centered around options volumes, okay? You're not going to find any Greeks. You're not going to find the delta, theta, gamma, vega, any of that stuff. You're not going to find that here. You're not going to find implied volatility data. You're not going to find spreads data. You're not going to find any expiration specific data or strike specific data. These are all things that are important to hardcore options traders like myself. You're not going to find that here. We're not built for that. Now, with that out of the way, if you are somebody who likes to trade options directionally, meaning you're keeping it simple, and when you're bullish, you're buying calls, and when you're bearish, you're buying puts. If you are one of those types of traders, you will use Trade Ideas most like equities traders do. Because what are you doing? You're looking for stocks that are moving. You're looking for stocks that you could take a position in, whether it's bullish or bearish. And once you find that idea on Trade Ideas, then boom, then you go and you make your options trade. Okay, so if you're looking to swing trade, for example, I mean, just because I have it open, I'm on the TI Strength Alerts channel. If you're looking to swing trade these TI Strength Alerts with options, great. You come in here, you find the TI Strength Alerts names, and then boom, you go make your options trade. You buy, I don't know, slightly out of the money calls. I mean, however it is that you do it, you can go ahead and trade these. Now, if you're an options trader, you know that not all stocks are optionable, right? And some stocks might be optionable, but they've got very little options volume, right? So, I mean, the bid-ask spreads are insane. You don't even want to trade them. So there's a limited universe of stocks that you can trade options on. One thing you could do when you're building top lists or alert windows on Trade Ideas is make sure you put in, if I type in options here, make sure you use a filter. A common one I like to use is options volume, right? If I use this filter and I add this filter to any of my scans or alerts, and I set a minimum here, I don't know, we'll just keep it simple. We'll put 1. Okay. What this means is for a stock to show up in any of your alerts or any of your top lists, it has to satisfy this filter of a minimum of one options contract traded today. What does this tell you? It doesn't tell you it's liquid, but it tells you that the stock is optionable, right? If a stock isn't optionable, then that's always going to return a 0, right? It's always going to be 0. So if you set a minimum here of 1, then you'll always know that you're getting into stocks that are seeing stocks that at least are optionable. Now, you might probably want to take this the next level, and you want to only trade stocks that have good options volume, right? So you might want to play around and be like, okay, I need a minimum options volume of 10,000 contracts or whatever your number is to make you feel comfortable. And by the way, this is going to be total options volume. So across all expirations, across all series, it's going to be all options volume, not just like only in June or only in April or whatever. So you might need to monkey around to figure out the number that makes the most sense for you here. But if you use this options volume filter in your top list and alert windows, at least it'll save you the wasted time of getting all excited about a stock that showed up in your scan, and then you go try to make an option trade on, and you're like, oh, wait, this thing doesn't trade options. That's a waste of time, right? So you can use that. So guys, I know Barry likes to hype me up before these things about me being the resident options trader, and that's true. I primarily trade options, but Trade Ideas is going to be useful to you if you are making directional options trades. Okay, if you're looking to trade, credit spreads and delta neutral trades, and I don't want to lose you guys on options jargon if you're not options traders, but if you're looking to do all that complex spread stuff with options, Trade Ideas might not be the platform for you for that. But if you are looking to make directional bets, you're looking to get long with calls, or you're looking to get short with long puts, Trade Ideas will serve you just fine, because you're going to be looking for the same thing that stock traders are looking for. You're looking for stocks that are moving, right? So, hope that answered that question, Miss Toronto. Let's see. Autolicious, if you use Trade Ideas to track the SPY, you can use it to trade futures. Yeah, of course. In fact, if I open up my main layout here, this is the layout that I use throughout the trading day. This is, how I kind of monitor the things that are important to me. I do have a SPY chart up here. It's a static SPY chart right up here on the top. Just because I like to know overall what the market's doing. Plus, I do trade a lot of SPX options, so I just like to have this up. And yeah, if you're trading SPX options, if you're trading SPY options, if you're trading S&P futures, this, any alerts or top lists that are tracking SPY will work for you. Absolutely. I saw a question up here earlier. I think I missed it. Let me, where did it go? I'm not seeing it. I thought I lost it. I thought I missed the question, but let's see. Oh, answered that. Wealth thinkers, thank you. Great advice. Don't be like Google. Okay, no, I am caught up. I thought there was a question I had missed. So guys, I got 10 minutes left to hang out with you. So if you got any last minute questions, come on in here. Hit me up. And guys, there's 54 of you right now on the YouTube channel. So I say that because if you're sitting on a question, maybe you're afraid to ask, or you're shy, or you think someone's going to think you're stupid, please don't feel that way. I promise you, if there's a question you have about the software, there's someone else on this call who's going to benefit from the answer as well. So, if nothing else, do it for them. Oh, you see this, guys? I got an all-time high alert window down here. And look who just popped up. Apple. Apple's making another all-time high. If Apple's making all-time highs, that's gotta bode well for the market, right? My 7-year-old son, who owns 4 shares of Apple, is very happy about that. He only owns 4 shares because he previously owned 1 share before Apple did a 4-for-1 split a while back. So now he's got 4 shares. Yeah, I think they're gonna hit that 3 trillion market cap. Remember when we were all talking about Apple being the first, who's gonna be the first $1 trillion market cap? That wasn't too long ago. I feel like it was just yesterday we were having those conversations. And now Apple's making a run for 3. Unbelievable. Rahesh, any good $100 to $200 stocks that have gone down 30% in December? Well, we could find out. Sorry, let me just shut my door there. My dog just opened up my door in my office. Okay. All right, Rahesh, how can I find stocks that are priced between $100 and $200 a share that went down 30% or more in December? Well, let's do that with a top list. The way we could do that is you go to your TI menu bar up at the top, you click New, you choose Top List Window. We're going to hit Start from Scratch in the upper left, all right? And then on the Search tab, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to type in Price, all right? I want the price filter. So let's highlight the price filter. I'm going to add filter, and you want stocks priced between $100 per share and $200 per share. I'm going to hit Hide Unused, so we're just looking at the things we need, all right? So first filter, I did 2,000, excuse me. So first filter is set. It has to be a stock between $100 and $200 a share. Now, the next thing is stocks that are down at least 30% in December. Now, Rahesh, I cannot tell you stocks that are down 30%, from day 1 to day 30. Like you can't just randomly pick it. Like if you said you wanted to be down 30% in November or September or July, I can't do that. But I can do the stocks that are down 30% over the last 20 trading days, which is 1 month. I hope that's what you were getting at. I can do that. So if I do change, if I type in change here to bring up any filters that are related to change, and I scroll down, I can do change. You can see here, change previous day, change 5 days, change 10 days. I could do change 20 days. Okay. So that's 20 days. That's one month, right? There's approximately 20 trading days in a month. Sometimes there's 21 trading days. Sometimes there's 22. Sometimes there's 19, but on average, there's 20 trading days in a month. So if you use this filter here, add the filter, and you set a maximum of, let's see, how do we do this? I always get this math is always confusing. If I put in a negative in the max column, and I could check my work here by using this little show me button. Okay, so there, we did it right. I rarely get that right the first stab. Show me stocks where the price was down at least 30% from 20 days ago. So there you go. Hold on. Got a little spammer there in our YouTube channel. We love you. We love you, spammers. Now you're gone. See you later. So use this formula. The change in 20 days, set the max to minus 30. And then I'm not going to add any more filters, but you could add as many filters as you'd like. We'll just hit the summary. We'll call this down 30%, 1 month. We'll hit OK. And then let's launch this window, see what we see. Oh, you know what? I didn't set any columns. All we see is a symbol, which can be useful. But let's go back into the configuration, go to columns, and let's just set some data points here so we have something to look at. So I've just added the columns. See, these are the columns that will display. I'll hit OK, hit OK. Now we're looking a little better. And so right now, it looks like there's only one stock between 100 and 200 bucks a share, DocuSign, that was down 30% in the past month. There you go. DocuSign. I wish there were more to show you, but that's all we got. So Rahesh, I hope that answered your question. Let me know if it didn't. I'll leave this open here so we can come back to it if we need to. But I see some other questions came in. Toronto the Great wants to know, can you get a copy of my layout? I'm assuming you're talking about my main layout here. Yeah, I could share this layout with you. I've got it in my cloud already. What I can do is just go to my cloud right here. And there's my layout right there. I'm going to hit share. Here's the code. This is the cloud link. I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to share it here in the YouTube channel. Sean's layout. There you go. There's your cloud link. Knock yourself out. Okay, Rahesh, looks like I answered your question. Great, great. All right, so I believe we're caught up. Oh, no, wait, hold on. I see something else up here. I see Dan up there talking. Oh. Yeah, you were commenting on the Apple thing from before, yeah. Yes, I do remember. I do remember when the iPhone first came out and everyone's like, that'll never compete with the BlackBerry. And I was a BlackBerry guy for many years, but now, like everybody else, I'm an iPhone guy. I've been an iPhone guy for a long time. In fact, I was an anti-Apple, not anti, but I just never purchased Apple products until the iPad 2 came out. When the iPad 2 came out, I bought an iPad 2 for a vacation that my family was about to go on. We needed a portable computing device for our trip. And I was like, well, let's buy an iPad. Let's just try that out. And it was when the iPad 2 had come out. We bought that device, and that was the gateway drug to all things Apple. We loved that thing so much. It was shortly after that we bought our first iPhones, and then shortly after that we bought our first Macs, and now I'm all Apple all the time, like many people, which is why they're on their way to a $3 trillion market cap. Rahesh, can I recommend any good stocks for long-term play? No, I cannot. I'm not a financial advisor. I will not recommend any long-term stocks for you. You got to do the work. Autolicious, there's so many useful windows that increase your awareness of what the market is doing. The only problem is I can't fit them all on my screen. Well, sounds like you need another screen. Get yourself a second desktop or a second monitor. Monitors are cheap these days. You can pick a monitor up for $50. Get yourself another monitor. Hi, Mercedes. Is it really possible to let Holly do actual trades in a live environment? Yes, you can. We're running out of time here, but I'll show you real quickly. You see here in my Brokerage Plus window, okay? See where it says Holly AI right here, this column, this tab, sorry. If you click on the Holly AI tab, you will see these are all the strategies that are active today. And now on my trading column here on the far left, it says off all the way down the line because I don't have Holly turned on to auto trade. But if I wanted to turn Holly on, I would simply just select, I could a la carte select each different strategy, or I could select them all by holding my shift key and selecting them all. And if I right click and enable 10 selected strategies, that will turn all of those strategies on. And yes, in fact, those will auto trade for you. Okay, and that'll work both in the simulator, which is what I am in, or in a live trading account. So if you have Brokerage Plus turned on for live trading, it'll work exactly the same. So yes, you can. If you come back tomorrow when we do this live Q&A again, I'm sure Michael, who hosts it tomorrow, he'll walk you through how to do that. All right, guys, we are approaching the end of our session here. I just need to check in with Barry, make sure he's ready to take this back. And we are going to give the room back to Barry. So guys, you can stay right here on this YouTube channel. If you're here for the first time, it's the new year. I know we got a lot of new people here. Bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now, because you could come to this link all trading day long and you will find live streaming content here, whether it's us at the noon Eastern, doing the live Q&A, or we simulcast a live free trading room with Barry Einerson. You're basically looking over the shoulder of an actual trader trading with real money, using Trade Ideas software to guide all of his decision making. Barry's an amazing guy, amazing trader, very patient, and you can learn a lot even from just listening to him talk through his trading. I strongly encourage you to do that. So Barry's back. I'm going to say goodbye for now. I'll see you next week. In the meantime, if you guys are on Twitter, hit me up. I'm at Chicago Sean. Happy to chat. Happy to talk options if you want over there. Take care, everybody. We'll see you next time.
All right, guys. So I'm looking at Zach's scan. Obviously, the Bed Bath & Beyond would have been very nice, 1584, but it's at 1030. Now, taking a look at the Star Bulk, SBLK. Now, this is starting to get a little interesting. Topping out maybe here. And let's take a look. I think this could be an interesting one to short, guys. SBLK. Breaking down through that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart. Okay, guys, I'm definitely watching the SBLK for a break right here. The alert happened at 2375, so it's just right there. You can see it right there. Had a little surge up to 24. Couldn't take out that whole number of 24 yet anyway. And so I'm looking to maybe get a short in if it gets back into the mid 70s. And I'm talking about the SBLK. All right, so I'm going to set my alert, my price alert for say 23.75 for the SBLK. See if it comes back, gets rejected by 24 again, and see if it comes back. And then I'll probably take that short. Yeah, listen, look, it may not happen. May not get back down to where I want it, in which case I just move on. There's the high looking left is 24.03. What did I get to today? Got to 24, right to 24. Oh, I don't care about a strength stock. Is that, you mean Starbucks today? Doesn't make any difference to me. I remember I'm only intraday trading it. Those strength alerts are more longer term trades. I'm just playing something as a potential topper to take advantage, and I may move up higher later on, but I don't pay attention to the strength stocks like that. It's showing up on the topping plays. I mean that's the reason. I mean the only reason I even know about it. So this IVAC got halted and resumed. This is, of course, just as I was taking during my break, 12:30, and then came back at 12:35. Somebody said there was actually some news. Continued broader strength strategic review process. Okay. And what's the float? 23 million in the float, so it's not, but look at that, right into the 200-day moving average for IVAC, right into it, 558, just a little bit above it now. They sold assets, okay. Now, oh yeah, I see that, up to 100 million, up to 100 million. So that could be between 50,000 up to 100 million. Actually, I guess I'm wrong. Consisting of an upfront payment of 70 million. Okay. Oh. Now, what else do they do other than that? All right, guys. I'm just, boy, I'm still looking at that jewel. Keep thinking there's going to be some news on this, some fraud allegation, anything, but nothing. Insiders sold, maybe, from 25 down to 10, maybe. All right, guys. Starbuck is looking good now. SBLK. AFI now. I know this came in the option scanner. AFI came in on the option scanner. The price was 264. It's 267 now. After hours on Friday, it got up to 339. That is one big let's say look left on the weekly chart, 317. So it actually broke after hours on Friday, broke above even that 317. That might be worth a shot. So far, the scanner has given us, of course, the one huge one, GNPX, a decent one with the GILT. I mean, it didn't last that long, though. Now, maybe the AFI. AFI has 20 million in the float, so it's not a big float. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts right now, so I'm going to go to my compare count and take a look at some of the ones that are floating through there. XPDI. Oh, I get the feeling I'm going to regret not taking AFI. I did not take it. Man, this RELI, I now know why you guys are talking about it. Lots of volume came in also. Look at the volume on the 15-minute chart, just surging here. I hope nobody's in Jewel now. I know people are trying to maybe play a bounce off 10. My goodness, JWEL, just getting trashed here. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average. Who would have thought that it would come close to the 200-day moving average when it was up at 26, and now the 200-day is 784. Just give me one moment, please. Good one, Goods. I like it. Jewel of Denial. Oh, Rely is some rippage now, guys. 773. So the next high looking left on the daily is from 2 days ago. And then after that, from about 6 days ago. I see Cerbok actually reversed, so okay. EM, guys, EM. What is EM doing? Wow, EM's got some room here. I mean, it's at $2 right now. A lot of volume. 874,000 shares, 10 times normal. You look left, and the next high is 204, and then 205, and then 244. So you can kind of see if it gets through this 204 and this area right here. This has got some room. It's not a large. I mean, excuse me. It's a huge float though. 207 million in the float. Big float, 207 million for a $2 stock. Boy, this is really interesting now because I mean the next high is I think 217, and then after that it's about 245. So and I'm just trying to see if there's any news on it. Don't see any specific news on it, but it is rolling here. Takes that 217 out. Again, the next high I believe is 247-ish. So let's see, it stalled right there at that high. And the volume, look at the volume picking up. All right, guys. I mean, I can't tell you how to trade this, but I mean the next area is around. I think I said 244 or 241 or so on that high right there on that day. I think it is 245. But look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume. It's just picking up. So real, when you look at EM, is that at the right? Did it hit the top of that on the 15-minute chart, top of the channel? Like right there, and that's for EM on the 15-minute chart. If you're still around. Okay, so this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing it, just popped right into it. All right, guys, SOPA on the move again. SOPA. Look at EM, guys. EM is wow. I mean, look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, this was already a really good increase right there, but this has blown that away. Surprises. I mean, for a stock with 200 million in the float to go up 63% is pretty astonishing. I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on it. I mean, not today. What the heck did they do? Oh, so it's a China stock. Okay, well, there's that. It is a China stock. Arcadia. Let's take a look at Arcadia. The news from Rubber. Yeah, okay, some volume coming in. Yep. Well, if Wainwright thinks it's going to recover, well, there are some shorts available at Interactive Brokers for SOPA. Usually there aren't. I wonder if they're going to be snapped up. Not too many, 21,000 shares. Aha, IVAC is on the move right now. Again, through the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 660. Now there looks like there is a ton of resistance right around that area from 580, but it is a clear path to 660. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but there looks like that is a real resistance area for IVAC. All right, guys. So you can see right there. Remember, I was talking about getting out at good exits. So DNAY again in the simulator, carry over from last week. So where I exited today is now 83 cents underneath, which is what you want to see. Of course, if you were long something and you get out and you want to see now. By the way, JNPX just took out the high of the day. And now that is through the 200-day moving average. But again, as I was trying to point out earlier, a good gauge to see, okay, how good are your exits? So again, you'd like to see something like this, 83 cents underneath where you got out is what you want to see. So this is the news. I mean, this is the news for JNPX. I mean, look at this, 45 million in the float, so that's not a low float. 138 million have traded, so it's traded the float about 3 times. A little over 3 times. All right, guys, Star Bulk. It looks like now maybe is well. I'm in, as I said before, I'm interested in the mid 70s. So it popped around a little bit. Now let's see if it can really drop from here. Mid 70s. So even even AFI is looking interesting. There's almost a red bar ignored. In fact, that might be a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for AFI. Let's take a look. The high was 271. The high right there was 269. The low was 258. The low was so it's not exactly, but it's very close to a red bar ignored on the for AFI 15-minute chart. So today is the first Monday of the, never mind of the year, but of the month. So there is a development meeting that I do attend, first Mondays of the month. So at 2 o'clock, see what's shaking. Why? I'm not in the GNPX again. I'm not in it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on this Starbuck. I may have to exit it flat. I was hoping it would get into the 50s before I would maybe get rid of some, but it may not happen. I don't know. You tell me. What is going on with IMMX? You tell me. What do you think is going on with it? Nothing, right? I mean, it's just basing. This is one that I'd be watching and maybe putting a price alert. I don't know. What's the price here? 733. Maybe put a price alert around 748. Okay. And then if it takes that out with volume, they could get it running again. Could be. Well, I mean, we don't know. Is it setting up? We don't know. But just put a price alert, and if it takes that out, this area out, that could get it running again. But on volume, always on volume. Yeah, I know I'm not in it. What is it? IVAC. I'm not in it. But remember, on volume, on volume. So I was asked, what am I thinking about IMMX? Well, I mean, it's classic. It's basing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So an hour and 15, sort of flattening out. Volume is tailed off. So imagine though, if it takes out, say, that 750 level on volume, okay? You want to see a nice volume bar. Something probably at least this size. Better, this size, okay? But something in relation to the previous ones that really stands out. Well, JWEL getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. It's about $1.33 away. Quick math. Just give me a moment, please. All right. Now, did it do it on volume? IMMX, did it do it on any sort of volume? So you can sort of see a little bit here on the 2 minute, but nothing extraordinary. I mean, nothing extraordinary. But it is moving. I mean, just that's the tough part, You look at a 2 and it looks good. You look at a 5 and it's really nothing. You look at a 15 and it's nothing yet, but this could be the start. But I don't see. What I'd like to see is a big 5 minute volume burst. Don't see it. Not yet, anyway. Man, this jewel is just, it's unbelievable. It really is. To me, anyway, it's unbelievable that it would do this. Well, for those who were able to short this one, JWEL, which is, and I cannot count myself in that number, what a short. Even if you had waited for 1228. Aha, there's your Arcadia. I see Arcadia. Is that, what time is it? 1:43. Yeah, so that's just a recent new high now. Arcadia. It looks like it could be coming into resistance around that 137 mark. Just looking left. Well, there's the IMMX. Then the volume, let's see. Did the volume really come in? I mean, I guess so. It's just sort of sneaky volume. Did not take it. Okay, here's one that's popping up on some volume, guys. PMCB, a little volume burst on the 2-minute chart. PMCB completes, no, I'm just looking at some past headlines on the 28th. Boy, new low after new low after new low for JWEL. Now it's only a little over $1 away from that 200-day moving average. Oh man, I'm sorry guys. I'm just sort of mesmerized by this move now. Almost now, less than $1 away from the 200-day. Incredible. The Loan Depot (LDI) showing up in Zach's bounce scan or topping scan. You guys have been talking about AVCT. AVCT. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah. Next high looking left on the daily. I think it's above that. 275. Well, almost there. Then after that, the next high is 313. You are a brave soul, Goods. But as you said, very small. Oh, I'm just teasing him. You mean why? Being a brave man? Just teasing. Well, guys, I don't know about this star bulk. Just SBLK. I kept thinking once it gets into the 60s, it could have a nice collapse, but it's just hanging right where I shorted it. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, guys, give me a moment to be right back. All right. So the only thing I'm in right now, guys, I'm still in that star bulk SBLK short 2377. No movement yet. Yeah, I don't see any news on it either. Other than, well, finally there's some profit taking, but that is extreme for the JWEL. Never have no idea. Yeah, go ahead. I'll be muting myself very soon. So if you can ask the question, somebody has a question from the YouTube channel. Okay, I'm going to be in a meeting in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm just again waiting. Look at the SPY. Okay, so everything is up now. A little while ago, we had a little bit of disconnect. I think the Dow was down a little, Nas was up, but now look at the Dow and the Nas and SPY. Everything up, no disconnect now. Okay, how do I turn on the main channel of the program? There's no such thing. I don't know what you mean by the main channel. If you go to our channel bar, we've got a lot of different channels. Okay, so can you hear me? Number one, can you hear me? I mean, if you go to our channel bar, click on new, and then click on dock channel bar. These are all of the theme channels. There's no such thing as the main channel. Okay, I mean, it depends. They're all themed based. We have an earnings channel, a pre-market channel, momentum channel. So if you don't know anything about the program, any particular reason why you're why you're a subscriber, I'm not trying to be mean, but what I would do is this. Okay, go to my home page. Okay, and take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, take a look at the 20 lessons. Click on my homepage link and start off there. When you click on my homepage, this is what you'll see. Okay, and go to the education section. Okay, click and take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. Well, that'll get you started. Okay, it'll explain what a top list is. Top list, building a top list, an alert window, creating them. These are all the basic features explained, okay? That's the first thing I would do. Well, there's no such thing as a main screener. I mean, everybody has a different trading style. There's no such thing as a main screener. You can take a look at our channel bar. Okay, if you click on, from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar, and here are, different channels. These are different channels depending on maybe your style of trading. So there's no such thing as a main screener. Does that make sense? But I would take a look at these channels, All right, guys, I got to put myself on mute now. So I'll be in this development meeting. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Gex, I didn't quite understand your question. Somebody from our YouTube room, is there a way to change the R in the smart risk indicator? So, I'm not sure I understand your question exactly. You talking about the risk, the targets, because they're just automatically generated. If that's what you mean. All right, finally, my goodness, SBLK, it's the only thing I'm in. I've been waiting patiently for this one to maybe take the big drop. Let's see if this is it. Nice little red candle here. But meanwhile, yeah, Relly, holy smokes, RELI, RELI, big volume. Look at the volume that came in, and it's just exploded through that high of the 21st of December now. So sky's the limit here. I mean, look at the monthly chart. 42.86. That's, I'm not saying that's where it's going. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Let's break this out just a little bit more to see if that truly is the next. That is, my goodness, on the weekly chart, that is the next high. Ha. All right, I'm watching this jewel now. Maybe it's based. Getting closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. It'll be very interesting to see what it does tomorrow. Yeah, I haven't set it. Okay, it just automatically generated Gex. Okay, I mean, realistically, it's just a guide. I mean, the important one really is, I guess, if you want to call any one of them important, is the stop. The target is just double the difference between the entry and the stop. Okay, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't pay any attention to targets. I mean, this is not anything that's scientific. I think this, the smart stop, you want to use the smart stop as a gauge, to get when you get into a trade, you want to use that. There's an argument to be made for that. But the target, I mean, typically, if you get into a trade, the minimum you should be striving for, of course, is a 1-for-2 risk reward. So that's why they put it at 2. But I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't do 3 or 4 or 2.5. But I think the minimum anybody should be striving for when they get into a trade is a 1-for-2. That's all. I mean, what does it really mean? I mean, so I've got a target up here and I hit the target. Does that mean I get out of the trade? Of course not, right? Any thoughts on Vico? Man, it's been a nice little move today, hasn't it? I haven't seen this at all today. Any news on this? Yeah, I see Northland, yeah, with a coverage $32 price target. That's the only news I can see. Outperform, target 32. Really nothing more to add. I mean, it's been a great move from the beginning, though. Meanwhile, AUVI, oh man. So I'm not trying to dismiss it, Gex. All I'm saying is it's just a guide anyway. I mean, it's nothing. I'd pay maybe a little bit of attention to the smart stop, and then after that, it's up to you. You figure out what sort of risk reward you want. Being a minimum of 2 is what is suggested. That's all. But why don't you come from our customers? It's more powerful. Why don't you send something to trade-ideas.com and say we'd like to be able to adjust the target. Okay, and maybe they'll put it in as a feature request. Well, I can't do anything. No, I don't have. I can't do anything on the charts. It's just not a. It's not an option. Make sure before I say this. Yeah, it's not an option. It's nothing scientific. Again, maybe I just want to. Maybe I've explained it incorrectly. Every time you click on an alert, every time you're presented. If you got into that price, you're presented where your stop would be. Okay. Now, do you follow? Do you have to follow it? Of course not. But that, and so for instance, if I got into IMMX at 667, my smart stop is down at 636. Let's pretend that's 30 cents away. So you just double, up here, 60 cents, 30 cents away, 60 cents. So that would be what, say 712 or something, say 730. That's all it is. Now you're asking, can you change the profit target? You can't. I can't do it. No, nobody can do it. There's no option to do it. But maybe you send something to info@trade-ideas.com and suggest it. Yeah, we're not a we're not a full blown charting package. We recognize that. So, but hey, I guess it's an interesting request and see what happens. Look at LDI, guys. LDI now is came in the option scanner. And what sort of room does it have? So 516 was the actual trigger. 519 is the next high looking left, it looks like. Well, Starbolt actually is probably going to give me a nice little trade now. SBLK. I've been very patient on this one. 2377 I'm in on the short. It's been probably an hour or more, but there was no reason to get out. And now the next low looking left is 2348. It's that 50 level, and I'll probably take some out, but I don't even know what that means, volume profile. I mean, I know what volume means. I know what profile means, but I'm not sure I guess I haven't heard that term before. Ugly, ugly. Well, what's it going to do at the 200-day moving average? I mean, honestly, I mean, JWEL, I mean, actually, look at this. What did it get to? Low of 807, almost touching it. Oh, I see. It's actually bounced. It's finally bounced. Kind of off the 200-day. Oh, that thing. Yeah. I sort of remember it. It was some, yeah, I do remember it now. I mean, I remember when he used to talk about it, but that's so many years ago, yeah. I know it. No, I do know it. Yeah. I remember he had, yeah, there was a guy in here, oh man, it could be 3, 4 years ago now. I don't know what happened to him. I did check it. Yeah, I did check it, but I'm such a simple trader, guys. I mean, I just have so little, I'm reluctant to try to complicate things for me. Well, I did go through engineering. I don't remember that one. I were an engineer. I were, yes. I was an engineer, yes. I don't recall that, but no, you were right. No, you were right. I was just kind of kidding. Meanwhile, our ELI, one big wow. This is going to be so interesting tomorrow. I mean, that's all traders are going to be looking at. They're going to look at this month back in, okay, that's February, so a little over a year, less than a year ago, we're going to got all the way up here. All right, guys, so it is 2:47. So I say the room will be open until 3:30. I'll put myself on mute at 3. And then at 3:30, if you want, you can head over to our YouTube room. Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. So one last nagging at you about my homepage, and I think the promo is probably over tonight. All right? Probably. Okay, there's the link, my homepage link. So you head to my homepage. And there it is, New Year 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And again, as I always say, if you don't know this program, don't start off with an annual subscription. You can try us out for a month. You'll get the 25% off. And if you decide that you want to upgrade to an annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. Okay? But no, there's no point in taking out an annual if you don't know this program. You just try us out for a month. You probably have an idea after that. Now, you don't have to ever take an annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. So again, this is what you'd pay going forward. The first month, you'd get the 25% off. And as always, 3 free sections, the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. A big user guide now, very comprehensive user guide. It is broken into sections here, but also full table of contents, which is, sometimes it just doesn't show, but on the right left-hand side here, you would see it all, and you can search. And again, from 3:30 to 4:30, Chris will be in our YouTube room. All right, so you can head over there when I shut down this other room, the main room. I'll put the link in before I do. And the daily webinars, we're back to a schedule again. I can't remember what rotation we're on this week, but sign up for them all. One week we're Monday, Wednesday. The next week we're Tuesday, Thursday. But you can sign up for them all and you'll get notified. And then back to basics. Okay, this is free. It literally starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, a great little series for you, all right? And then last, but certainly not least, all of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, the option scan is produced really well today. So was the daily breakout actually. And now if you could have shorted Jewel, JWEL, the daily breakdown. So these are all the scans I'm sharing. Here are the 4 I use in the pre-market: gap up, gap down share, pre-market actives up, and pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use for the pre-market. Well, remember when we were looking at IMMX before, and it looked like, except again, I wasn't convinced of the volume. We had that little move here, right? But look at the volume in the 15 minutes. I was not convinced that that was going to pop it. There's a little bit of, there's not a bad little bar, but it just did not continue. I was looking for something more like, maybe halfway between that and that, something in this level. Just didn't happen. So that was like a classic fake breakout. Back to green. And only $12 to go. So again, guys, look at this. So at one point it was up in the simulator, $232. Hopefully you can, I keep these in just to show you, hopefully you would never let that happen. You're up 232 and now you're only up 100. You let this thing slide all the way without taking some profit. Okay, again, this is in the simulator. It gives you an idea about how good are your exits. Now this could come back, of course, but I would never, ever let something like that happen without taking some profit. But I'll just leave these things in here so just so you can see, the difference in some of these numbers. You're talking about Tesla, I'm assuming, with the a $2 trillion stock? So much for the 3,000 documents or whatever that are supposed to come out, accusing them of fraud. Raises to a 9-week high as delivery expectations soar. I can't even find that now. I can't even find that that headline where it says something about 3,000 emails, which was going to expose Tesla for being fraudulent in some of the things they've been saying. I can't even find it now. I wonder if Interactive Brokers just took it down. How ugly is this one now? IMMX. Yikes. Still up 75%. Look at the volume. 138. This might be the record, guys. In terms of float turnover. I can't remember what because we're talking 1 million in the float, 138 million. That is 128 times the float. I don't know if we've had any ratio higher than that. Well, I'll be cheering you guys. Obviously, some of you are in this one. Jewel, you guys must be in this one. Where's the VWAP? 1539. Sure. Okay. Why not? Hey, if it can do this, I guess it can go half. All right, guys, I'm just going to get my announcement in. And as always, I mean, I am still here. I'll pop in if there's a question. I just put myself on mute. If I have to get mic'd again, there's no problem. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now.